Hey now. Good evening. Good morning. You won't break my soul.
Did you see what I had tweeted out about who was that? It wasn't Ticketmaster, but somebody had SeatGeek.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, sign up now for potential savings on current and future events that SeatGeek sells or whatever, like any concerts. And they had a picture of Beyonce.
Yeah.
What you trying to tell us? Dropping hints. The only bad thing about that is that's Levi's Stadium.
Oh, 100%.
That's not even.
Yeah, 100%.
And then I feel like if I'm gonna go to Levi's, I might as well go to LA. I might as well go to SoFi.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely not the same thing, but sure, I guess when you got it like you do, that's what you do. I'll just drive and park at the Togos and
might as well. We'll just go to LA, make a weekend of it.
Kenny firing up the private jet, going down to SoFi.
That's right. It is an outdoor stadium. Buffalo gonna beat the brakes off them boys. I hope. That's not a prediction. It's not a spoiler. It's a prediction. I got them too.
I got my picks in. Oh no! Why is Black Twitter trending? Oh,
because they're going in right now. They are.
They
are having a field day.
Oh. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to this Thursday, September 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. Football is back.
Yeah.
We're here to talk about it, man. We're going to have a good time today. Bills and the Rams, that's a Super Bowl preview question mark?
Absolutely not. Question answered.
Okay, I'm with it. I'd like to talk about both of those teams. Olivia Christian is going to return to the show. Chris Biderman, our 49ers insider, is going to be with us coming up at 1:47. And then Matt George. Great conversation with Matt George and Coach David Patrick over on the Locked On Kings podcast. He's going to be with us coming up in the final hour of the show. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
If
you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
We need a button that plays that overhead in our new building. So like it just, or we need to walk around like with that hotkey like available, so it just plays really loud every time something goes ill.
That's gonna be Damian's intro music to the building. When he puts his key card in there on the loudspeakers, that's what's gonna come on, and then the music following.
I can assure you, I will not be getting introduction music when I walk into the studio. It'll be like the Friday the 13th theme. They'll be like, "Oh, I really thought we cut his access to this building off." Y'all don't know, man. That's why I say every day this show starts. You won't break my soul. You won't break my soul.
Walking into the meetings.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Oh, man, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll dive into the NFL version of football here in just a heartbeat, but the Republic's incredible end incredible run came to an end last night in Orlando. So Orlando's cheating worked. I guess that's the moral of the story, kids. If you cheat, you win open cups.
Yeah, no consequences either. Just
apparently not.
Just do whatever.
No consequences. Apparently, you don't even acknowledge it.
They don't acknowledge me. That's what they don't do.
You just don't talk about it. Hey, let's brush this one under the rug. I can't wait for the Tim Donaghy documentary on the Lamar Open U.S. Cup or whatever to hit Netflix in 10 years. It's the only way. I guess that's the only way Sacramento loses is you got to cheat.
That's exactly what it is. Now, if you wanted to say that, I don't even know the guy's name, but the commissioner of the MLS fixed the U.S. Open Cup to make sure an MLS team won. Now I would believe that. I don't believe David Stern, but I definitely believe that. They can't be having a little republic run through the whole league like that and win a championship. Fixed it.
Hey guys, this is bad for business. Let's go ahead and make sure. Orlando moves along.
They were champion the U.S. Open Cup. They had Little Republic on their shoulders, and Don Garber was like,
give him the old Triple H thumbs down. Johnny G says it's the Sacramento screw job.
Ring the bell, damn it.
What just happened? Orlando's music was playing with 80 seconds left. It was like, hey, wait a minute, it's not over.
I can't remember his name exactly. No, don't quote me on this one. I think his name was Torres. The guy. Matter of fact, I do know the other guy's name, Benji Michel. You know, he's the guy that scored the goal. He's backstage talking to Roro. I swear to God, I don't know nothing about.
My hands are clean on this one. I swear to God. We're not even going to hoist the cup because we know we cheated.
Oh man,
someone punched Dan Garber last night. Damn shame.
Roro punched him.
He's gonna show up on ESPN next week talking about the Republic. Screw the Republic.
Roro punched Don Garber.
Can't wait for the documentary Soccer with Shadows.
Soccer with Shadows.
This is a real inside wrestling bit that we've been doing for the last 2.5 minutes.
Beyond the goalpost.
Oh man, goodness gracious! The Sacramento screw job. That it was tense. I enjoyed it, and it was getting right into those minutes where it's like, man, this is where it gets really, really uncomfortable. You just get really anxious. You're like pacing around the house. Your legs are jumping. You're moving all over the place. And then Orlando scores, and it felt like, okay, all right, hang on. And then the penalty kick, they scored again. I was like, all right,
yeah,
I got to catch up on Kanan. I'm out of this, and I'm not going to use this as an opportunity to trash the Sacramento Kings. So I'm just done for the day.
We ain't doing that over here. We're not doing that over there. Hold on, man. I not once thought about the Sacramento Kings during the whole game. Not once.
Just not, I guess it got to. Oh, the Kings just aren't tweeting about this, huh? Oh, is Twitter broken? I can't believe this. Like, I hadn't thought about the person who runs the Kings account not tweeting about the Republic. I hadn't thought about that once, but I guess you had to manufacture frustration somewhere. So when all else fails, blame the Kings.
Man, it'd be your own people.
Man, I can't wait for the Kings to wake up and say, what the hell are we doing here? Why are we in partner with this? Why are we partners with this idiot? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, man, I that was bizarre. That was bizarre to say the least. I was focused on the Republic. I enjoyed the Republic. And by no means did they give up or anything like that. I'm not saying that. It's just human nature. It's just sports. It felt like that was a gut punch after that first goal, and the way it happened, you know, it was kind of a misplayed ball and a turnover, and it just seemed like it just kicked them right in the gut. And then
that was tough.
They kind of fell apart. The next goal was what, 5 minutes later?
Oh, I don't think it was that long.
Yeah,
I honestly don't think it was that long. Yeah, or maybe it was. It felt like it was quick though. Like it happened quick. One goal feels sometimes like insurmountable, especially when it's so late in the game, but so late in the match. But you're right. It looked like that. It just it deflated them. I felt for him though, because they had it, and I was in a bit of like shock, like, oh crap, they scored. I don't know if I heard the announcer right or if a Republic, stronger Republic fan than I would have that. That was the first time they trailed the whole tournament. The whole tournament. Yeah. Wow. I thought the announcer said that, and I kept thinking, wait, is that right? Like, I remember the last game, and I tried to run back all of the games. Like, that's incredible. Yeah. That's. I mean, and imagine again. You talk about how deflating that moment is. You ain't trailed the whole tournament. Now all of a sudden you've got 10 minutes of match time left and you're down 1-0.
Right.
That's tough.
And the crazy thing about that goal too, at least for me, it was like they scored a goal and you look up at the clock, it's like there's 15 minutes left. What? I thought we had like 30 minutes left. No, 15 minutes left. Like, it was a late ass goal. And that was tough, man. But just on air, on wax, I just want to thank those guys on the Sacramento Republic for what they gave the city this summer, man. This was a hell of a run, man. This was a lot of fun. A guy like myself who, just kind of casually watches soccer or whatever, man, they had me all the way in on this run. And here's the great thing about it, Damian. That wasn't the season.
Yeah, right.
That wasn't the season.
Right.
That was just the tournament, and they got an opportunity to win a championship in their actual season, man. So that was great.
I got a media note. It's back popping at Hard to Elk Park this weekend. I was like, oh, wait a minute. It's not over. Like, okay. But at the same time, though, and that's a great point. Yo, these brothers got to regroup now. Like, they have to, they've got to reset, and it's like, all right, back to the season. We've got to go back to our other season and kind of regroup, because it's Thursday traveling back. I think the match is Saturday.
Yeah.
You've got to get over it. You got to get over it quick, man.
Off the top of my head, I know they had a hell of a run in July, maybe, where they were, I don't want to say they were scuffling, but in USL play, they were, kind of hanging on by a thread, and then they just got hot in July. And I say that to say it gave them a cushion where I think they're like fourth in the standings right now. Let me look it up real quick, make sure I have it. Yeah, they're fourth. So the way they play, the way they do things, they should absolutely be in the playoffs. And you got an opportunity to win a championship. So, man, I don't want to lose sight of that. But today is the day where they get props for what they did in this U.S. Open tournament. The third lower division team to ever make the finals. And I think this thing has been around like 105 years or something like that. And that was cool to see. Everything this summer. That was really dope, man. Big ups to the Republic.
That's funny. Because I think the broadcast said that at the beginning. Welcome to the 103rd, 4th, 5th Lamar U.S. Cup. My first thought was, this thing's been around 100 years. How old is Lamar Hunt? Wait a minute. How long has he been? Was he a founding father? Like, what did Lamar Hunt do for this country? My goodness, man. God bless that dude. You did it. I want to do it too. Man, big thank you to the Sac Republic. It was just it made for a really fun summer. You say you're a casual soccer review. I'm less than casual. Like, I don't have an interest. I mean, I'm fascinated by the Premier League and the Champions League, and I love watching you be excited for it and Jesse be excited for it. But the Republic made me watch soccer. What's your squad? The Tottenham.
Yes,
they don't make
Spurs.
They don't make me watch soccer. The Sac Republic makes me watch soccer. Yeah. So shout out to those guys. I'm as invested in them as I've ever been, and congratulations to that entire organization on an absolutely tremendous run. We'll talk a little bit more about the Republic, I'm sure, when Matt George joins us. Matt, a big fan of the Republic as well. We'll talk Locked On Kings with him. Coming up in the final hour of the show, Olivia Christian, our 49ers insider Chris Biderman, will be with us. We'll talk football, Super Bowl predictions, 4 in, 4 out. It is a busy day here with Elam KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest chin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love that y'all are going in right now. Don't think because I'm not responding, I don't see him. Y'all are going in.
Sounded dumb. Yeah, I ain't heard that one. No, I heard it, but I'm saying I haven't heard that anywhere else. And the timeline when he said that too was crazy. It's like, oh, that's so like tomorrow it's gonna be bigger. Okay. Oh.
Jesse, I just got this a couple of minutes ago. Sac Hoops update is October 17th. You laughing at Justin?
Yeah, man. Some people love that stuff, man. Some people love
dude
that.
tweeted that.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people love they love to play that role. No, not at all. You were essentially in a win-win.
Tyler's still saying should have broken the dude's leg. Oh man. Oh man, that's too bad, Jeremy. That's too bad. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
Yo, these people, this sports down is ruthless, man.
No, they just don't put up with bullshit. That's all it is. This fan base sees through garbage, and yeah, like
y'all got a lot to kick it.
Guess you got to be mad at someone. All else fails, blame the Kings.
That was wild, man.
If the Kings had said good luck, Republic would have run. Simple math.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. If they would have said good luck, let's go, Sacramento proud, that's what the Republic needed to win that game. And that, to be honest with you, I didn't enjoy the game without the Kings saying that.
I didn't either. I hated it. Just terrible.
Hey man, these reviews of the watch party, y'all crazy, man. Oh wow.
The reviews of yeah. Yeah. Huh. Soren dropping a who was it? Pat Bev? Soren dropping a Pat Bev. Oh man.
Oh man.
Who said I was talking about the Kings?
Hey, when we come back, I heard something last night.
Oh man, sorry, Nathaniel. Prayers, buddy. I'm sorry, man.
Sorry to hear that. I heard something last night that I think is gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
It's like
Even
really
Gwen Stefani.
Shout out. That's classic. Even like it doesn't really relate to anything, but it's just like, damn, are you for real? I'm trying to find the official numbers.
That's a good tease. As good of a tease as me posting the Corners of the Culture podcast a night early
release. The shock drop.
I went in. I got everything set and went in to make sure. I went back one last time to make sure all the settings were right and see how the D-Lo and KC podcast was doing, and saw that it had been downloaded like 70 times. I'm like, oh no! Oh wait a minute, what happened? And I'm looking, and I had to make one last change before I hit save, and I published it instead of scheduled it. So early drop,
shock drop. You gotta have your alerts on, man. You guys gotta have your alerts on.
I guess that's what it is, man.
Anybody playing for Serbia right now?
That's a fraction of the money he's going to get too. Like, he's going to get so much more. As well as twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Stilo and KC here. Phone line's open for you here for a little bit. 916-909-1320. Those are the new digits, by the way, if you haven't locked those into your phone. 916-909-1320. Don't worry, we'll call you. It'll still be spam, but it's us. 916-909-1320. You got a little
be spam.
we're a spam risk over here at ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I heard something last night that just I said, what? This is crazy, but it's true. I'll say this because, like I said, I'm not a hater. You know what I mean? I give credit. I give what were the things called, headers and footers? You know, the footnotes, the asterisk. We're
going Microsoft Word here. Like, what is going on?
I cite my sources. That's what I do. I cite my sources.
Okay.
So I heard Pac-12 play-by-play announcer Guy Haberman say this last night. This is nuts. Larry Fitzgerald, one of the greatest receivers of all time. You could probably make the argument he's top 5. Some would say you can make the argument he's top 3. Did you know he has more tackles in his career than drop passes?
No. That is that's ridiculous.
That's crazy, right? He's got more tackles than drops.
Do you know the numbers?
I think I heard him say 41 tackles and 19 drops.
19 drops.
Yeah.
Over his career?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's the number they said.
Wow. That is an amazing stat. That's incredible.
That's nuts. Larry Fitzgerald is one of the best receivers I've ever seen.
And who'd he join? Monday Night Football? He joined somebody.
Is he with the Countdown?
Maybe not Monday Night Football, ESPN.
Countdown crew? I think.
It's Countdown? Okay. I like Larry Fitzgerald. They fixed
Secure
the
in the back says 29 drop. I know it was either 29 or 19, but still, it's ridiculous either way.
Still incredible.
More
still incredible.
Tackles than drops.
Yeah, that's amazing. 916-909-1320. Daniel says he was in Orlando last night for the game. What's happening, Daniel?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Oh boy, you a little horse today, bro.
You man, we tried to represent last night, man. It was so awesome out there.
Man, you guys didn't try. You represented. Like, we heard you, we saw you. You guys were out there, man. So, man, it looked electric out there, man. What was it like?
Dude, it was awesome, man. The stadium, man, I couldn't feel or I couldn't help but feel, man, that should be us, dude. That should be our stadium. We had the better fans. Their fans suck. They weren't into it, and they didn't talk any crap until they scored the first goal, dude. We were talking crap the entire game, and we were yelling and we were screaming, and we supported our team, and they knew we were there, dude.
That's love.
Their fans, they suck.
That's awesome. Daniel, we're putting you on a word count today, man. Go rest your voice, but you got a weekend of you got load management ahead of you, Daniel. Ain't nobody gonna tell Daniel he was lying about being at the game last night.
You can hear it.
My man's voice is shot.
We got to get Daniel. He's on what you say, a words count right now, because we got to get him ready for the basketball season. Basketball right around the corner, man. Because Daniel, I know he's gonna bring it for the hoop season.
Yeah, he's on a word count. Rest up, Daniel, man. Good stuff. Thanks for sharing that with us. You want to get in on the phone, you can. 916-909-1320.
Orlando. Never been to Orlando. It feels like a city that's just like Sacramento. Maybe like a little bigger, maybe a little more options to do. Just a little bit. But it seems like a Sacramento-esque type city.
I mean, I've been to Orlando twice in short order. I did like the marathons at Disney World. and which was not as glamorous as I hoped, especially when you're running behind Animal Kingdom on like mile 16, trying not to throw up. And then I was there for the All-Star weekend, which I think it was the least exciting All-Star weekend I had ever been to. Yeah. It was not popping.
So it's just like Sacramento.
It is not popping. It's like they have the area where like the ESPN zone is like there's a area, but it's not like a. I think they have just more little different areas. Like I don't remember. Like the Amway Center was cool, but there were just all these little different like setups, and it was like
they got whatever. It
wasn't moving.
They got like 2 or 3 more K streets.
That's the perfect way of putting it. Yes, they've got like a couple more K streets, and they got Disney World, which is like it is very literally its own little world. But yeah,
Marcus brings up a good point. Orlando does not have Tiger.
Okay, that's facts.
They don't. I'm saying that they don't have to. Shout out to our people over at Tiger. Hey, we pop the same bottles. Big ups.
Oh, that's how we roll. Okay.
Yeah, right. We pop the same bottles.
That's good stuff. Well, I still ain't heard from Black Bottles 916. So, AP, if y'all hear from Black Bottles 916, let them know we're looking for them. NFL season gets underway tonight. The Bills and the Rams. Bills, a very, very trendy pick to go to the Super Bowl. Damn near unanimous. Number one, various power rankings across media outlets have the Bills ranked as number one, despite the fact the Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl last year. Rams announced today what I think we have long known. That's contract extensions for less needed head coach Sean McVay. That's what the Kings are going to do. Very well.
Opening night.
They very well might. I think those extensions are coming. I guess it would be extensions. It would be Monty and I assume Wes Wilcox.
Yeah.
I think they both get them. And then if Wes wanted another, I'm sure Wes has language in his
he can leave at
contract that allows him,
to promote up.
Right. I have some questions.
Okay.
Schefter doing what Schefter does, dropped a report this morning as the season gets underway that Matt Stafford had an off-season procedure on his arm. And like, okay, that's cool. And then it goes on to say he's feeling better. He feels better now than he did at this time last year. Yo, man, that's fantastic. That's great stuff. I do have a question though, because it was last month that Sean McVay said there was something like Matt Stafford was uncomfortable. This was last month. So what the hell? When is the off season? When did this procedure happen? Did this procedure happen before Sean McVay said he was uncomfortable? Did it happen after? Was it months and months and months ago and he just wasn't healed when Sean McVay made that remark? Is Sean McVay working us? Is he speaking out of turn? Like I can't get the timeline to match here.
I'm lost myself. I don't know what these guys are talking about. I don't know what they're referring to. I don't know what kind of game they're trying to play out here, because it's just a bunch of just nothing's adding up right now.
And that's
somebody's not being truthful with me right now. And I don't know when they're not and what they're not being truthful about, but somebody's not being truthful right now.
So there's no timeline on any of this, but what Schefter said is he had an off-season procedure on his right elbow to deal with the pain he experienced last season and to help prepare for this season. Great. Along with this procedure, Stafford also received an injection in his elbow during the offseason as he treated an injury that Rams coach Sean McVay previously referred to as a little bit abnormal for a quarterback. That little bit abnormal for a quarterback, that was last month.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is he had a procedure on his elbow, but very, very recently had an injection as well. that leads me to believe the procedure didn't work.
That's what I'm thinking.
And I'm not trying to blow this out of proportion. I think Stafford is a huge part of the Rams' ability to repeat.
Mm-hmm.
If Stafford's off even a little bit, I don't think the Rams can repeat.
I agree with you. On that aspect.
Repeating is hard enough when everyone's healthy, much less when your quarterback has something going on that's, quote, a little bit abnormal for a quarterback.
Yeah, and to your point, like you laid it out perfectly when you talked about to get the injection in the elbow after the procedure. It's telling me the procedure didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, me personally, I don't know. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night. I was in my own bed. I'm not a
Holiday Inn Express. Yeah.
Holiday Inn Express. I was in my own bed. But I don't feel like whatever injection he got into his elbow is something that is going to last.
Yeah, right.
If that was the case, you would have just got that instead of getting the procedure.
Right.
So it feels like almost like kind of a Band-Aid, or like when you get hurt remember Bobby Jackson had the abdominal strain and they wanted him to like get a shot in it, you know what I mean? To kind of really what it was doing was masking the pain, right? It didn't fix anything. It just made it where he wouldn't feel the pain. And really what was going on in his abdomen, it could have gotten worse without him knowing because he wouldn't have felt it. That's what I'm getting the feel for this elbow thing. Now, I don't want that to be the case at all for Matthew Stafford. I hope it was just, arm fatigue, whatever they say it was, and the injection helps that, and he's good all year long. But that's the first thing that came to my mind after you talked about the procedure that was done, then getting the injection in his arm because he was feeling pain. It was just to mask the big problem that was really going on there.
Yeah. I think you laid it out perfectly yesterday. He's on a pitch count. Like they know they got a certain number of throws for Matt Stafford, and Sean McVay says he's perfectly okay with Matt Stafford throwing 50 times tonight against Buffalo, and I believe him. But he's going to start doing math the rest of the season. He's going to be like we were yesterday, trying to figure out how many games left Aaron Judge has to get to 61 or 62 or whatever. That's going to be Sean McVay with Matt Stafford throws if he wants.
Our favorite little actor, our favorite little African actor. He's going with the calculator.
It sounds so inappropriate when you call him a little African actor.
It does.
It's a grown ass man who's made a living. You refer to him as the little African actor.
He's rich too.
I believe it. If you got paid off memes alone, man, that memes alone, that dude
need to trademark
Russell Westbrook rich out to
man. If you could trademark a meme, that Russell Westbrook and Stringer Bell.
I'm rewatching The Wire, by the way. Stringer Bell, man. Stringer Bell is a bad dude.
He is.
Man, Stringer Bell is a bad dude. That's such a great show.
Yeah.
That is such an incredible show. I mean, I don't think we're going to find out anything tonight. I'm sure Matthew Stafford is going to be fine tonight. I'm significantly more concerned about Matt Stafford in week 15 and 16 and 17 and 18 and headed into the playoffs. That's where I'm a little bit concerned because, again, I can't get 1 + 1 to equal 2 here in this situation with this report we got from Adam Schefter and the timeline of what Sean McVay said about Matt Stafford's elbow. So we'll start to get some answers tonight, I guess.
So there's two things that I want to ask you in reference to the Rams. Two things I want to ask you. Let's start with the easy, like, short outlook picture this year. Them repeating. I don't know, man. I definitely don't think they're gonna win the Super Bowl again. Will they get to the Super Bowl? Will they be the number 1 seed in the NFC? I don't even know if that's going to happen. Hell, last year they weren't the number 1 seed. They played the NFC Championship at home because the Niners beat the Packers. Else they would have been traveling. They already traveled to Tampa Bay. They would have been traveling to Green Bay. And last year was a season where, and you could say this about any champion. I understand that. But man, a lot of things weren't right for those guys. A lot of things weren't right for them.
Well, yeah.
They dominated the Cardinals playoff game, but they almost blew the Bucks game. They needed really I would say like a bad defensive call by the Bucks to pull that one out. They were down 10 in the fourth quarter to the 49ers. They were down in the second half of the Super Bowl, and credit to them and credit to Aaron Donald because he was GOAT-like on that last play. But Burrow and Chase were connected on that final play. Ramsey had fallen down. Chase was open. Burrow needed a half a second more. He was about to hit him. Aaron Donald did what he did. But I mean, think about the fine line that we're talking about with all these games. They had great injury season from Kupp, Stafford, Aaron Donald. I don't even think Jalen Ramsey missed any time. They lost Von Miller. They lost the center.
I feel like we don't talk about that very much. Von Miller was good for them last year. I mean, he might not be defensive player of the year, Von Miller, anymore. Von Miller was really good last year.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone. They got Bobby Wagner. They got Allen Robinson, but they lost OBJ and Robert Woods. So
they might be getting OBJ back though. Like I don't think the door on that is closed.
Yeah.
OBJ said he might sign with the winner of tonight's game, and I actually believe him. It's like, that's funny. Like, okay, my ass. The Friday morning, Odell Beckham Jr. signs with.
He need to stop playing and just come on out to San Francisco. That's where he's been wanting to be with Kyle. Just come on out to San Francisco. Let's do it, OBJ.
Maybe Kyle Shanahan just doesn't like a name bigger than him.
I don't know. All these guys are bigger names than Kyle.
Give me an example.
Kittle.
Drafted. Homegrown.
Oh, you mean like signing people?
They're linked.
They don't sign anybody. Like, that's number one.
I mean, Trent Williams was a big name.
Yeah, he had a relationship with Trent Williams, though, from Washington.
You can be a bigger name than me if I like you.
Yeah, but see, the whole thing is, look, we're not the Rams. We always only have $2 of cap space. So the guys that people want us to sign, like because we signed Trenton Cannon last year, that put us over the cap. While the Rams, they were able to sign OBJ, and that actually opened up $20 million in cap space for them to go get Von Miller.
Yeah, I think they got
another pick too.
I think they just folded over into debt with SoFi Stadium. They just added to like the mortgage. Like I think that's all it is. When you pay your mortgage, like you could pay your insurance and taxes and all of that stuff is just built into your mortgage payment.
Yeah.
I think that's what the Rams do. The Rams are just like, roll that money over into the payment for SoFi, and then it just comes off the cap that way. It's the only thing that makes sense. And
every month they get a new draft pick. So that's why they're not tripping off trading them, because the NFL gives them unlimited cap space and draft picks every month. Wow, Kyle just can't. I mean, I don't know if we can sign Charlie Warner. We're right up against the cap right now.
Yeah, we don't have enough money to sign Charlie Ward, much less Charlie Warner.
But I mean, so what you think about that with the Rams, though? I mean, there was a lot last year that it reminds me, and I'm doing this for 2 years in a row, really, surprisingly. It reminds me of the Bucks last year. Remember what I said about the Bucks and everybody? I know you didn't believe this, but they might go undefeated. They're bringing back all 22 starters. They're going to settle down. A lot went their way last year. Yeah. And they had a good season, but just like I say, they almost won the Rams game. You could flip that and say the Rams were beating the brakes off of them at home before, they got in a prevent defense situation. Kind of reminds me of what I thought about the Bucks last year.
So I think there's two ways to look at the way you just laid out the scenario with the Rams. And it could be you go back and you look at their history and you look at what went on with San Francisco, the Bucks, the different games trailing in the Super Bowl, all of those different things. It's like, that's all accurate, right? But they overcame it, and they were popping those bottles of Luke Belaire in downtown Los Angeles. Well, maybe now they have more confidence than they did last year. You know what I mean? Look at what we overcame last year. Maybe they have, to use the old played out term, maybe they've got a little bit more swag.
Yeah.
Maybe like, look, we weren't at our best last year, and we were able to accomplish our ultimate goal. You could argue I think there was a lot of pressure on Los Angeles, because I think a lot of people thought they were a quarterback, an upper tier quarterback away from being a Super Bowl contender or potentially a Super Bowl champion. Now, there was debate all season long from people about whether Matt Stafford was actually an upper tier quarterback, and I felt like he proved last year that he was. So there's that line of thinking. But then there's also the other line of thinking, which is the direction I think you're. I don't know if you're leaning one direction or the other, but I felt like you presented the argument in like one of those things goes the other way, and none of this happens. They weren't dominant their whole way through. They had some things break their way. That's part of winning a Super Bowl, by the way. You need some things to break your way. The Rams were able to get that. I think I'm leaning towards, because we've got our Super Bowl picks. It's a prerequisite in sports media. You have to do it. It's in our contracts. Man, I don't have mine. I'm deciding on the fly, because I have like 4 Super Bowls in my head. Now, for Kenny, it's easy because he only has to pick one team. Who will the 49ers face in the Super Bowl? That's what it boils down to, Kenny.
I mean, the Niners were, a perennial 2-15 team. I wouldn't be picking them, but I mean, we're talking about a team. The first year we started this, they were coming back from going to the Super Bowl. Last year, they ended up being a quarter away from the Super Bowl. So it's not like I'm out here picking the Jags.
You're right. I did pick the Jags in our pick 'em pool, by the way. I picked the Jaguars to get a week win.
I did too. By the way, if you haven't made your picks, get in the pick 'em pool, man.
Yeah,
you're not going to be locked out from tonight. I don't think they lock you. You miss Thursday,
you just behind.
Just lose it, but they don't lock you out till Sunday games start.
Yeah, so. Get your picks in, and if you haven't signed up, it's on both of our Twitter feeds right now at IMKDiddy, at Damian Barling. It's probably on at Dealing with Casey. It's probably at ESPN 1320 as well. Go sign up, man. We have a lot of fun with this Pick'em League. You might win something. You might be sent something if you are the individual who wins the tournament. It's not a prize, because we can't do that. But you might be sent something from DeLoandKC.com if you're a top finisher or the top finisher. Maybe we'll do tiers of maybe sending things out. First place, second place, third place, do stuff like that.
And it's not related to the thing at all. It's just
just because we like you guys. Yeah. That's ultimately what it boils down to.
Absolutely.
I'm Rams 12-5 last year. I'm leaning towards the Rams being closer to 12-5 than a single-digit win team.
I don't think they'd be a single-digit win team either. I mean, when I say something a little different, maybe a game less, maybe 2 games less.
That's not outrageous.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the grand picture, and I'd be shocked if they won the Super Bowl again. I'd be kind of shocked if they got back to the Super Bowl.
Man, I had a really I think my most difficult thing is picking the NFC champion, because I do like San Francisco a lot. I'm not an idiot who's going to pick the Dallas Cowboys. The Packers, I don't believe in the Packers. Like, the Packers, I think, are going to fall off.
Yeah.
I
feels
keep
like it's a
winding back
2-2
up.
race.
I keep winding back up at the Rams. I think I got the Cardinals out of the playoffs.
Well, we'll
I
talk
got
about that later.
We got 4 in and 4 out coming.
I'm excited about that. I damn near want to move that up because I struggled.
How difficult was that? So as I look, I
I'm
actually
not confident.
I had to change some things in my 4 in and 4 out because I think I had another NFC team out, but I couldn't figure out which one to put in. So I just went back. I might actually change what's on the sheet right now. I might change it. I'm not comfortable in what I've put together at all.
That was tough.
Olivia Christian coming up in about 30 minutes. Our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing on the way. And I guess we're doing this radio thing wrong. That's apologies to all of you. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, that's, and I don't know if Jesse had the same thinking as I did, but it's gotta be somebody from the AFC West.
Is Kenny fuzzy? Is Kenny on dial up?
So here's the crazy thing about this. I'm getting this Wi-Fi thing on here.
Mm-hmm.
My Wi-Fi is off.
Yeah, that happens to me too. You're getting the little logo by the counter. Yeah, that happens to me too. I think that just means I think that's a sign for internet rather than a sign for Wi-Fi because I get that too.
I was looking because I see the little X through my Wi-Fi right now. Yeah. It's off, but it's on the thing. Hey man, ain't nothing we can do about it right now.
Oh boy, the no food and beverages email has already gone out. Oh boy, it must be bad at the studio.
Oh man.
No food at the desks or in the studios. It's going down in the new studio, man.
Jeez, beverages are fine. Also, some of you are overhydrating or over caffeinating with your 3 to 5 times drinks at all times. Man, I don't know why people are. I don't know what. First of all, I don't know why people get so comfortable with the workplace. Like I'm never comfortable enough to just kind of leave things laying around or leave a mess or have a lot of stuff. Like I'm a minimalist in the workplace. Just
because we're family. Family.
Come on, man.
It was a 98 Rock. Thank you. Wait, it wasn't? It was. It was. It totally was. Oh dear. Okay.
So what does that mean again? Like they're upset with what?
They had to. Man. Oh man, that is just wild. That is wild.
Mad about it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mad about it. Could I see somebody like, "Damn, man, that kind of sucks." Like, yeah, but
total divas. Total Divas Odyssey Sacramento edition.
Dr. David, what is this guy? I don't even know who that is. Do you know who that is?
Yes. He's there's Stacy.
Oh,
But way worse. But way worse. There is speculation that Dr. David is in fact Jason Ross, but I don't know. Dr. David, if Dr. David is in fact Jason Ross, he's got a stand-in family. Man, I ain't seen a blue bottle on the shelves in a long time. Tyler hit and $29.99 too. Tyler, you better buy all them joints up.
Oh my gosh. Luka, I just seen this ridiculous shot that Luka hit. And this is silly. I don't even know how to describe it, to be honest with you. It was like he was going to his left. He's behind the three-point line. He's close to the corner. The shot clock's winding down. He shoots it like this, like going to his left, shoots it. I don't want to say across his body, but to his right as he's falling to his left. Splash off of 1 foot from beyond the arc. That was nasty. Goodness gracious.
NFL season is back tonight. We're excited to talk to our 1320 49ers insider, and of course, SAC reporter Chris Biderman, host of the Candlestick Chronicles with Kyle Matson. He'll be with us coming up about 1 hour from now. We're going to do in 4 in, 4 out, man. That's tough. What 4 teams made the playoffs last year, but won't make them this year? We'll talk about that as we move along. KC, before we get any further, and I mentioned this before the break, we owe you a sincere apology. We have got this radio thing wrong, and I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it until after the show. So our sincerest apologies. We'll explain here, but first.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment today. Those triple-digit temperatures continue. Those energy bills continue to be high. Solar can help. An old roof can cause your energy bill to climb up there a little bit. ACR Solar can pinpoint the problem and help you find the solution. ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. We could have gone Carlos Alcaraz here, who had an epic 5-hour performance last night in the U.S. Open. We could have gone with Mini Braun, Francis Tiafoe. Could have gone there after the performance he had yesterday. All worthy recipients. By the way, there was a meltdown worse than the guy that we were watching yesterday. What was our boy, Rublev? What was our boy that we were watching yesterday? Rublev. There was a dude who had a worse meltdown. He was throwing rackets and smashing them into the ground after he lost. I was like, man, it was a tough day at the U.S. Open for some of you guys. And maybe it's not the performance of the night, but it's the performance of the summer. And we give one final nod to the Sacramento Republic FC.
Hey, man, big ups to my people over at the Sacramento Republic. Shout out Roro, shout out Connor, shout out to the whole crew. They was out here smashing these boys all summer long. You know what I mean? They was hey, man, they was doing work. They was
summer
doing work.
Smashing.
They was out here doing work all summer, all throughout the U.S. Open Cup, and they made the city proud, getting to the finals of the U.S. Open Cup And I can't wait to see what they do in the rest of the USL season.
I just want to be clear. They were smashing boys all summer long.
see, you say it totally differently.
I said verbatim what you just said, and I asked for clarity, and I want to know why what I say is different than what you say.
Yeah, man.
I don't do voices.
See, there you go. See, that sounds completely different. It's in sicko
Smash
mode when
them
Damien
boys.
says it.
You're smashing them boys. I don't get why it's different.
Yo,
I don't get it at all.
Guy.
You got the Republic going around all summer acting crazy, and everybody has bought into this bit. You got Connor popping all summer long for this. Unbelievable.
And like we said, it's not over. USL season is still going on. They're right now fourth in the Western Conference. They're looking primed to make a run in the USL playoffs. Hey, whoever you want to talk about, San Antonio, Louisville, whoever you want to talk about, they're going to get smashed too when they go up against the Republic. Ain't nothing changed. Oakland be getting feisty in those games. Oakland Roots. Man, fall back.
You talking bad about Oakland? Because I'll leave if you want to start talking crazy about Oakland.
No, I'm not talking about the city of Oakland. I love Oakland. I love Oakland.
Okay.
The Oakland Roots, though, they try to step up.
Boy, them dudes in Orlando look like the Young Bucks out there selling chair shots last night. Every time they was falling all over the place. Oh God, it's another career-ending injury. Oh, he's up. Oh, he's fine. All right. Every 5 minutes it was, boy, they sell it too. Like they sell better than some pro wrestlers do. They're down there holding and they're screaming and they're covering their face.
What about when I think it was a little before Orlando scored their goal where they had the free kick. I think Roro had the free kick and the man for the Republic tried the header into the goal and he collided with the goalie. And clearly my man from the Republic got the worst of that collision. Like he got smacked in the head. The neck got knocked to the side, all this other stuff. And the goalie's laying on there like he didn't just deliver the blow. And then and he's like, fam, you just
It was like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat when the Macho Man dropped the ring bell on his throat. He's just That was a wild watch last night.
Hey, and that reminds me too. On a side note, I was watching Raw last night, and why every time, if nothing else happens, Edge is going to get a concerto.
Oh yeah.
Yo, they gonna go upside Edge's head with the chair in the most vicious way every time.
Mm-hmm. I got an idea. Let's take this thing Edge created 2 decades ago and let's just repeatedly do it on him. That's what we'll do. You're listening
every time.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC, and he still wasn't selling the way those Orlando guys were yesterday.
No. And Ramsey brings up a great point. The guy in the Republic got the yellow card. He got the yellow card for getting smacked up. Boy, it was crazy. Boy, Don Gruber, whatever, man, he made sure that we ain't going out like this. MLS ain't going out like this.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app for those that are watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Kenny Caraway broadcasting live from his VCR today.
I guess so. I don't know. I look crystal clear on my end, but hey, I can't. I don't know. They tell me I'm on internet and I'm not on. They tell me on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi.
Well, you're cleaning up as we speak. It unpixelated, just as you said that. Now you in 4K. Now you got that Deuce Mason look right now.
Don Gruber, you said you're not going to talk about the championship game that I fixed. You're not going to talk about the game that I had orchestrated the right way. Oh, can I ask you my other Rams question?
Yeah.
Before we get into
we got all day, baby.
Well, we gotta apologize.
Still 3 hours left in the show.
We have to apologize to the people because you're right. We are doing
not having the 49ers. Oh. Apparently, I guess we'll start a 49ers podcast. Kenny just sending me notes. He sends me notes in our text thread that is very active during the show, and I thought he was sending this because we got to start a 49ers podcast. Oh, look. He stick to WrestleMania, big guy. What's your Jesse said he's tweeting into the abyss, and I ain't been the same since. What's your Rams question?
Oh, man.
You send me stuff, you know I'm going to react. You know I'm not mature enough to not react. You know that. You know me well enough. The Chatty House knows. Everybody who listens to this show knows that I'm not mature enough to ignore stuff like this.
Like, I put something in the group chat, and then I'm like, Tom from Tom and Jerry, you know that meme where he slides out of the and closes the door with the look on his face. But yes, because we are doing radio wrong. We are. We realized it yesterday. So we'll talk about that. But my other Rams question kind of goes into what Will S was saying in the chat earlier. And he talks about Raider Nation means bout. Raider Nation bout to take over LA this weekend because Raiders and the Chargers play. And I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
And I think tonight is going to be Niners Rams-esque at SoFi Stadium as far as the crowd. The Bills fans will be in that thing. And my question is, are we ever not going to see this in LA from both teams? Like when the Niners, Bills, Bears, Cowboys, Steelers, all these blue bloods of the NFL, Packers, come to SoFi to play the Rams or the Chargers. Do you think is this how it's going to be forever? I kind of feel like it is.
I think it's going to be like that for the Rams and the Bills tonight.
Yeah, the Bills are going to be in the building.
Yeah, I mean, the Bills they're crazy. Like that's it. And I'll say this. That's a dope fan base. Like they're crazy, but all the stupid stuff that they do, like at the stadium, every interaction I've had with Bills fans, because I've spoken highly of that organization and Josh Allen and that group there over the last couple of years. My interaction with Bills Mafia on Twitter has been fantastic, but they different. They wired different. That's like the ECW of NFL fan bases. I don't know. For the Chargers, yes, I think that's just I think that'll always be the case for the Chargers. I think that'll always be the case when the Raiders come to town because LA loves the Raiders. Mm-hmm. I think like that's what that all boils down to is LA loves. It wouldn't matter if it was the Rams. Like I think the Raiders would take over there too. Oh man, I guess I hadn't really thought of it from a Rams perspective.
I think it depends on who they play, right? So if they're playing the Jags, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
But like the Steelers, Packers, Cowboys.
I'm telling you, they play the Blue Bloods. It's going to be ugly if you're worried about fan representation and
is there
the percentage of fans.
Is there a stadium where that doesn't happen like at all?
I mean,
maybe Green Bay. Maybe
Green Bay.
Maybe
Green Bay's a good one.
Season, maybe people aren't swarming to Green Bay to take over the stadium.
Green Bay's a good one, and it does happen all throughout the league now. Because I was meant to get to this too. Because Mr. Rancho, he said, "Ain't nobody take over Vegas yet. Stop it! No, you sound crazy." Chicago was in there heavy for a sorry Bears team. What was that, last year or the year before last? I think it was the year before last. Like everybody comes and takes over Vegas, like because it's not.
Anyone was in there the year before last. I can't remember.
Whenever they played the Bears, it was nasty. The Dolphins came in there and took over that Vegas stadium, and it's not an indictment on the Raiders or Raider fans. It's like I've always said since they were talking about LA, Vegas. If I'm a opposing fan and I look at the schedule, look at our road games. If I'm Buffalo, we've got the Patriots in December. We're going to Jacksonville. We're going to Indianapolis. We're going to Houston. And oh, look, we're going to LA. Wife says I can go to one road game a year. Me and the homies are going. Where are we going?
We're going to LA.
Where are we going?
Going to LA.
Next year, same thing. Oh, we got a road game in Vegas. Where are we going?
Going to LA. Going to Vegas. I mean, Miami's probably high on lists.
I mean, that's how it's gonna be. Like that's how and then you talk about the division for both of these teams. Chiefs fans are always gonna come to LA for the Chargers. Raider fans, you talked about it. We know what the deal is there. In the NFC West, Niner fans are always like that. Ain't never gonna change. It's never going to change. I'll even give a little credit to them. The Seahawks fans will probably do the same thing. The only time the Rams play a home game is when they play the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's true.
Because the Cardinals
you can
got
take
their
over
own
in
problems.
Arizona too. Yeah, you can take over in Arizona too.
Absolutely.
But
I thought about that tonight because I think there's going to be a gang of Bills fans in there.
Who was I feel like we just talked about this. Was it the 49ers where Stafford's wife was talking about the silent count? It was the 49ers. Now I'm gonna be watching that pretty closely tonight. Buffalo is one of those teams though that you're right. It does move. Well, is it enough to impact the game? We'll see. But your question was, is it always going to be like this? Well, if it's like this the year after they win the Super Bowl,
right?
I mean, probably so.
Right.
I mean, I don't know where. I get, you do Los Angeles power rankings. Where does it rank in terms of nightlife and Hollywood stuff and Lakers and Clippers?
Dodgers,
and I guess even USC, and think like, where does it rank in terms of disposable income down there?
Yeah, it's off the top of my head, it's maybe fourth. Lakers, Dodgers, SC.
Oh,
Rams.
Dodgers, right? Jeez. Do the Angels count?
No,
they're down there.
Absolutely not. The worst. And I don't say it because it was bad, so to speak, but that's the worst stadium experience I've ever had, where it was just dead. Like, I'm like, why am I here?
Why were you there?
I went to watch the Giants play one time, and then I went to watch the Yankees one time. Derek Jeter's last game. In Southern California.
Very good. Yeah.
So, but Angel Stadium stinks.
It's not something like having spent, a week in New York a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, every drink was $30. So that's not what it's like here. I know drinks are expensive. I know when we go out, drinks can be expensive. I don't think we're going out in Sacramento and paying $30 for an old fashioned. Right. But if you told me an old fashioned was $30 in LA too, I just feel like the disposable income it's just a different beast. And I don't know that the Rams are ever going to rank high on that list. The Chargers certainly won't. I feel like if someone's going to want to go to a sporting event, they're probably going to want to go to the Lakers first.
Right.
And then I guess it depends on who you are as to whether, okay, I can't go to the Lakers. Maybe go to the Dodgers. And then maybe at that point, if you start getting to the point where you're going to go to a football game and you're in LA, it's like, yo, let's just drive to Vegas.
Yeah.
And let's watch our favorite team, the Raiders, play whoever.
What it's going to take is, if it happens, it's going to take a generation. So it's going to have to be kids that probably, maybe you can get some kids in there right now, Reese's age, 9, 10 years old. But it may be kids that are like born this year, that by the time they're old enough to spend money and make decisions, they've lived a whole life with the Rams being in their city, talking about LA kids. And then maybe you'll have that. But it's going to be hard in the NFL because the NFL is so, like, I just know Niner fans. There's legions of Niner fans all over the country. So what does it matter that you have a homegrown Ram fans when people from Northern California are going to go to a 49ers Rams game? People from Southern California are going to go, 49ers fans are going to go to the game. Niners fans in Vegas, Niners fans in Arizona, they're all going to converge on LA. It don't matter if you have a generation of fans. And to your point, if you can't do it after you win a championship, well, when the hell is this supposed to happen?
Yeah. And it's fun. You said kids born now when they're old enough to make decisions. Like, how much is a ticket going to be when the kids are old enough to make a decision?
Bro, first of all, we're all going to be in the metaverse watching the game.
Yeah,
that's how
my experience
are going to be.
Metaverse didn't go well, so I don't know.
The NBA courts, I think, is pretty dope, though. I don't think you ever experienced that. That was pretty dope.
I experienced 2 days of that thing and took it back. That thing closed it, like it shuts your life off. Like your entire senses change with that thing on. That's a little too much for me.
I got a funny story to tell you about that on the break.
Did you punch Reese in the face?
No.
When you were boxing, or hit him with a baseball bat?
No. My cousin almost punched us in the face though. My cousin got wild during the boxing game. I said, bro, settle down.
How's he gonna know? He thinks he's in the fight of his life. He got them things off, blocking out the entire universe. I had that thing on for an hour one day and an hour the next. I was like, this ain't for me. I'm taking this right back to Best Buy. We mentioned owing an apology to you all, and so here it is. Apparently, we were supposed to make a huge deal out of Trey Lance not being named a captain.
Yeah, we did a bad job.
I looked at the list of captains that Kyle Shanahan announced and thought it made perfect sense, and came to learn later that I guess we were the only ones who didn't spend 4.5 hours on Trey Lance not being a leader and not being a captain, and what that says about his position on the San Francisco 49ers. So
they don't believe in him, dog.
Our apologies, man. I guess I saw it differently when I saw Fred Warner's name on there, and Eric Armstead's name, and Trent Williams' name, and Nick Bosa, who's a first-year captain. When I saw, again, my apologies. I guess I just read it wrong. I'm sorry we didn't throw a fit for 4 hours about him not being named a captain.
And the whole thing about it is they already got 6 captains. And then the argument was, why not make 7 or 8? Just first of all,
why don't you make everybody a captain?
Right.
You just march all 53 guys to the center of the field.
First of all, you probably don't need more than 2. So 6 is excessive in itself.
Fam, you need 1. Heads or tails. Great. Back to the sideline.
So we were doing it all wrong, man. We were doing it all wrong. This is more proof that the 49ers have no belief in Trey Lance. They don't think that he's a leader. They don't think that he's the quarterback of the future. This is a sign. I'll talk about it more on my podcast.
First episode of
Santa Clara Vibes. Great American Parkway Vibes.
Oh man, it's tremendous. Well, once you do the first episode and you tweet it, I'll retweet it from my account and from the show account, so it gets some interaction. So you're just not tweeting into the abyss with your new Santa Clara Vibes podcast.
Oh man.
So
it's like
we're
a
sorry.
Sophomore class field trip.
We're sorry. We should have dedicated yesterday's entire show. We thought it was obvious and simple and made perfect sense. Apparently, we were the only ones. So sorry that we missed that. We'll clean it up. We'll make a big deal out of silly stuff moving forward.
I'm ready for the game, man. I'm ready for the game. All this nonsense, man. I'm ready. I'm starting. It's Thursday. You'll see me in a different vibe tomorrow too, because I'm ready for Trey to go out there and go to work, man. I'm tired of all this nonsense. Go to work tomorrow, Trey, or Sunday, Trey. Go to work.
Johnny G says Corners of Santa Clara with KC coming up next. That's a lie. Olivia Christian's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Little Santa Clara vibe. Yep. Nice. Very good. Nice job, guys.
Oh man.
It's like when my man falls into the sunken place. You just see flailing his
What was
arms.
that episode of the Simpsons, where they played all the baseball players, and wasn't it like Daryl Strawberry fell into
Arrow.
that somebody fell into the never-ending hole or something like that.
For some reason I remember that.
That
I
was a
remember
great
that
episode.
episode.
That was a great episode. Let me tell you my metaverse story though. This is
Shout out to Deuce. Sam. Oh, this. Oh, I thought this was 1 year ago exactly. He was just posting something else. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I meant to comment. I saw that video of him doing CM Punk and then the splash on the dog. That was hilarious.
Well, watching the dog pee on the WWE title is rather funny.
But, so I got the Oculus on. I'm in the metaverse, and I'm on Jazz's profile because it was easier. She was already logged in. I wasn't going to be there long anyway. I just wanted to see what was going on. So I went to the NBA game, and I'm there at the NBA game. And for those who don't know, like they got it looks like a balcony setup, and people in the metaverse, their little avatars come in there and they watch the game on what looks like a huge screen, right? It's pretty cool. But people come in with their avatar and you can hear different people talking. It's like a real place almost. So, people are having their conversations or whatever, and I'm in there and I'm forgetting that I'm in there as Jasmine, as her avatar. This guy comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, what's up, Ma? You watching the game?" And I said, "Hey, back up, man," in my voice, in Jasmine's avatar. I said, "Back up off me, bro." He said, What?
That's tremendous. That is tremendous.
But that was an awkward moment. Got hit on in the metaverse. It's like, back up off me, bro.
Oh, shoot.
But they need to do more NBA games in the metaverse. That's a pretty dope experience. It's a cool way to watch the game.
Oh man.
See, we would have let it go too if you didn't have to.
You knew. You absolutely knew what you were doing.
We would have let it go. You just.
Oh shoot. Where's Olivia's?
Hey, you guys seen Joe Johnson?
No.
Joe Johnson is out here looking like not The Rock, because he's not buff, but he got like an 8-pack.
Did you want us to wait? You put your finger up did you want us to wait? You good? Can you hear us?
Yes.
You can hear us?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Just making sure. What's up, buddy? This is going well.
Now we can't hear you.
Olivia's. I didn't put Olivia's name in here.
Now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we got you.
Thank God.
Make back. Oh, what's up?
What's going
Hi.
on?
Oh my gosh. It's insane
Okay.
in Los
Hang on,
Angeles.
Hang on. No. I don't want to interrupt this too much. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Olivia Christian making her long-awaited return here to D-Lo and KC. I'm pretty sure she was just about to complain about something in Los Angeles, though. So I don't want to interrupt that. So what do we got? What are we complaining about?
Well, there's a long list, honestly. The beeping of the construction across the street is driving me a little insane. And I'm sorry if you can hear it because it's super loud today. But more importantly, I feel like I'm in Sacramento in terms of temperature. I know you guys are going through it. It's ridiculously hot here. But more than that, it's so it's like being in the South right now. It's sticky. It's humid. It's just like everybody is miserable. It's unbelievable. I can't take it. I miss San Francisco so much.
Is the city like going crazy right now? Is there a huge buzz because the hometown Rams are looking to start their journey for a repeat? Are they just going crazy? Is it blue and yellow everywhere right now?
Absolutely not. There is a hotel near my house that has a Chargers flag out there, but they also have a bunch of NFL team flags out there. So no, I definitely don't see the kind of love for the Chargers that you would think would be happening right now.
Oh, there's never any love for the Chargers, but the Rams, not having any love for the Rams is the
Rams Chargers. It's the same. It doesn't matter.
No one, because no one's ever going to love either one of them. like if the Rams, Kenny just brought up this point a minute ago with Buffalo coming to town tonight, and it's like if you can't rally after winning the Super Bowl, it ain't for you. Like the LA is just not a football city. If y'all can't rock after winning the Super Bowl, it just ain't meant to be.
Not a professional football city, anyway.
It's not a Rams Charger city.
Right. It's definitely not Chargers. The Chargers have been, I think people still mistakenly say San Diego, and it's going to take a long time for them to stop saying it. Just like we say Oakland Raiders on accident every now and then. I think it's going to take some time, but I don't think, at least where I am, I have not ventured out of downtown LA in a few days leading up to kick off tonight. So I haven't seen a lot of folks excited about tonight's game or the season coming up in general.
It's no different in El Segundo. Don't worry.
Yeah. Wait, I wanted to tell you guys, I'm hardwired right now into my computer, into the interwebs. I am super nervous also because what if it fails and Damien will drop me, which makes sense. But I sound nervous. It's because I'm like, I want all of this technology to work for once consistently. So everybody put your thoughts and prayers out there for me, please.
That sounded harsh. I just want to be clear. That sounded harsh. And two, it's funny because Jesse was just like, I don't know what she did, but her audio sounds really normal right now. That explains it. We've got everything connected. Now you can't move 5 feet to the left or right without everything getting unplugged, I'm sure. But you sound great. You look great. We missed you. Do you want to pour one out for Serena before we get too far into the conversation? I know that was tough for you, and you haven't had a chance to be with us. So if you want to pour out a little liquor, we could do that real quick.
Liquor is expensive these days. You were talking about that. I'm not trying to pour anything
just
out.
Pour it into a cup, then. You don't actually have to pour it on the ground. Just pour it into it.
I've been digesting this whole Serena retirement thing for a while. So it didn't actually hit me hard when it finally happened. What it really did was make me remember all that the Williams family endured through their journey on this gigantic international tennis stage. And I love that they're getting all this love now. I think after the movie came out, was it last year already? Last Christmas time, King Richard came out. They started getting some more love, but it took a long time for them to be quote unquote accepted into this sport. And I just love to see the past haters having to bow down, if you will, figuratively, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling Damien, I watched a game or a match from Wimbledon. And like I said, I can't remember exact year. I want to say maybe 2006 or something like that. And Serena was going up against somebody, and they, started off on fire, won a set, was up 3 points in another one, three, whatever the terminology is. But she was giving Serena work, putting her in a deficit. Looked like an upset might be happening. And the Wimbledon crowd was going crazy for this other young lady. And when Serena would score, made a little rally herself to come back, it was crickets. Maybe you'd hear some boos and things of that nature. And I get, people like to see the underdog, beat the top. I understand that. I don't think there's anything nefarious with that, but it felt a little different over there in Wimbledon, right? It felt a little different. It wasn't just the underdog winning. It was like, it felt like more. And to see all the love that she got at the U.S. Open, which was, to be fair, her home tournament, essentially, here in America. That's a different vibe, too. But it was good to see that as well.
Yeah, but you know what? The U.S. Open being her home tournament, she and Venus still got a lot of hate early in their career from the hometown. Like, the thing is with tennis, a lot of times you can root for players who aren't necessarily from your country. You just find someone, you love their game, what have you. But the commentators and analysts, the types of stories that were written about them weren't even necessarily about their game. It was about their bodies, their skin, their hair, their entrance into tennis. A lot of tennis players back in the day were going to academies, live-in academies. Nick Bollettieri kind of highlighted this. A lot of tennis players moved into these facilities. Their parents came. And Richard Williams was like, we're not going that route. We all saw the movie, right? We know what route they took to become professional tennis players. But they received a lot of hate because they didn't go that traditional route. And they were doubted, just kind of like Mr. Ball and his kids. There's always like these families who try to do things a little bit different, and they get a lot of ridicule, and some of it's warranted. But the Williams, they were, like I said, it wasn't just about their look. It was about their strategy. It was everything about them. There was no love given to them whatsoever. And when it did come down to their actual tennis play, they were often described as just being strong. They're just beating them because they can hit harder. But the other girl, the opponent, she has a mind. She's thinking strategy, but she's playing against these big muscles, and you can't overcome that kind of stuff. So they always kind of reduce.
I believe it was referred to one time.
Yeah, it's strength versus strategy, and that is the conversation a lot of Black athletes have. It's like they didn't like running quarterbacks before. Oh, they can't think, they can't make quick decisions. They can't be quarterbacks. They can't lead the team because they don't have the mental capacity to do it. And we in golf the same. You can't do it because you don't have to be able to do these things. And the Williams, I think, as a father, he was very strategic in the way that he protected his girls and brought them up in confidence. And that's another thing they really hated, their confidence. Like, you're not going to talk us out of believing in ourselves, no matter what the press says or what former players said. So, like I said, all of those memories kind of fled or came to the forefront of my mind, and thinking about Serena and Venus and the legacy they left with tennis. So I'm so glad that the haters can't help but recognize Serena and her contribution and have to bow down to Richard and Orsine, their mom and dad. Like, oh, because all those little girls, and I shouldn't call them little girls, all those professional women they were playing with during that time, they slowly dropped off. Martina Hingis, Sharapova disappeared. And Serena's 40? Venus is 42? Something like that.
They wanted Sharapova to be good so bad.
So bad. Oh, they're rivals. Like, Serena beat her 20 times out of 22. How is this a rivalry? This is not a rivalry. But she had the look. She was long and thin and blonde. And they just hated Serena and Venus for not looking the part. But again, we know what that strategy, the Williams family, what it resulted in. And I'm glad to see it. And I'm glad to see it inspired so many young Black girls coming up, and girls of all colors and races and ethnicities all over the world. It's amazing.
And it inspired Will Smith to act the fool at the Oscars.
I wasn't going to bring it up. I know that is a sore subject.
Real quick, Olivia, I want to ask you about something. And I guess it was almost a week now, but I really wanted to hear what you had to think about this. And that was Chris Everett on the mic and everything that she did. I don't know if she was that way on Friday. Maybe somebody got in her ear. Maybe somebody told her something like that. But that game on Wednesday, she had the line where she said I was taught to be ladylike. Yeah. I mean, look,
Chris Everett
I'm new to this. Has this always been a thing with Chris Everett?
Yes. And people have been calling her out for years. And luckily, she wasn't calling the match on Friday. Her son was getting married, so we had different commentators. So I was like, thank God she wasn't covering that match, because we would have been hating it the entire time. But I was actually talking to somebody who's in sports media in San Francisco. They were talking about, I was like, oh God, Chris Evert. He was like, what? I love Chrissy. I'm like, go on Twitter, type in Chrissy Evert and go look at what all the Black people are saying about Chris Evert. Then you'll understand what we're talking about, the microaggressions. Yes, the ladylike comment. Well, in my day, this is how we presented ourselves. And I was like, first of all, there are a ton of women, Navratilova and Capriati and Celis, who played just like Venus and Serena. They were aggressive, they were confident, but they just didn't like what it looked like on those two girls. So pretending like you all had to be ladylike in the open era was just ridiculous. And her definition of what ladylike is different than what we saw. And that was the problem. So Chrissy Evert is a hater. I'm ready to see her retire. And I think a lot of people are. She can just thank you for your contributions. Goodbye.
You should see what Black Twitter's saying today.
Oh man.
Oh, I went on there.
Two different worlds, man.
Maybe stay away today. Hey, but the good news is we got Mini Braun now in the U.S. Open, or at least that's what we dubbed him yesterday. Mini Braun. It's Francis Tiafoe. He look at him. He looks like LeBron James.
He does kind of favor LeBron.
Okay.
He looks like LeBron James. Dude, we got watching him during the show yesterday, and it was just nothing but entertainment because his opponent was not in a good mental space at all. And to watch my man Francis get confidence as the match went along, and the more confidence Francis got, the more my man lost it. He like, I think at one time he cried. I mean, he bit a tennis ball. He was having a tough go.
His racket and hurt his arm. It's crazy.
I think he was bleeding at one point.
He bit a tennis ball. Is that true? He didn't do that.
He did. He was, you know, a little couple Kenny Caraway streaming down the side of his face, and then he bit a tennis ball. I don't know how else to explain it. He bit a tennis ball.
I'm gonna Google that later. I believe you, but I missed that. I want to see what that was. But tennis is so. I think I've told you guys. I played tennis growing up. It's such a mental game. You're out there by yourself. And when I was young, there's certain strategies they teach you about how to calm down. You look at your racket, you play with your strings, you walk around in a circle, you know, behind the baseline, you take some breaths, you bounce the ball however many times is in your routine to calm yourself down. But sometimes none of that works. I have cracked a racket on the court before, and my dad was like, you get one more racket. And so then I had to learn to like pretend like I was going to crack it on the ground, but just like get really close to it and bring it back up. You have to learn how to manage your emotions. And on that stage, it can be overwhelming. But I'm a huge fan of Francis Tiafoe. And he was there was a part in HBO's show, the Bryant Gumbel show. I can't think, Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel. They profiled him like 4 or 5 years ago because he was like in the top 100. He was climbing the ranks, and he's just such a sweet guy. But I feel like it's the tip of the iceberg with him. And I love that he's coming in right kind of when Serena is leaving to help, you know, restore men's tennis in the U.S., but also give us somebody to root for. His game is amazing, and his energy is amazing. And I think that's great for tennis.
So I'm speaking as a Black man, and how I like to see this in tennis. These are the things, and this is not the fault of this man when I say this, but these are the things that Serena, you can even throw Arthur Ashe in there as well, but these are the things that they did for tennis that Tiger was not able to do for golf. People coming in their footsteps, Black boys and girls watching Serena, watching even the boys being inspired by Serena and wanting to play tennis and things of that nature, and being able to pursue it and keep going after it. And they were leaving a legacy, whether it's Coco, whether it's Osaka, whether it's Sloane Stephens, all these other people. We don't have that in golf. It's been Tiger. And like I said, to no fault, it's not anything that he did. It's just the circumstances. It's been Tiger, and there's nobody coming up in golf after Tiger. And I wish it was different, you know, because I love watching the U.S. Open. And I know the U.S. Open is different, but I love watching the U.S. Open and seeing faces that look like mine, seeing Bradley Beal and those guys come, and, you know, all the celebrities that were there to see Serena. I love seeing that, you know what I mean? And I know, like I said, I know the U.S. Open is different than the Australian Open or the French Open, but I think it's pretty dope, man. So I hope that maybe we got some people, playing golf right now that I don't know about that could step in and fill that role of Tiger, but it doesn't seem like we do.
It doesn't seem like we do to me either, but I do think it takes a particular type of person to want to bring up the next generation. And Tiger's had a lot of struggles personally that he's dealt with on and off of the, what do you call it? The green.
Yeah.
The course. There you go. See, I don't play golf. That's the other thing. He's been dealing with a lot of that stuff, but golf is also really expensive. Like getting on a course to play, like the barriers to entry I think are different with golf versus tennis. Tennis is very expensive as well, but you can go to a park and play tennis. I mean, that's what the Williams sisters showed us. And those of us already who knew that, like, yeah, you can go out and play tennis, but getting on a golf course is very hard. But I also think Tiger was struggling really early on in his career with who he identified as. And so like we embraced him. He didn't necessarily embrace us all the way right away, and of course the Williams sisters couldn't deny that stuff. And why would they? But I think eventually he kind of got more comfortable with claiming who he is and what he looks like. Because even if he didn't want to, we see you, Tiger. We know you're black. So even if you don't want to claim it, we see you. And we've been supporting him despite the fact that he was hesitant. And so I think he's showing up for Serena in that way. Like he recognizes what they went through with that type of sport and that barrier to entry. And so their friendship, I think, is amazing. But yeah, I hope that there are some young golfers that could, catch up. But it's difficult. It really is difficult. And it does take a different type of ambassador to the sport to get people inspired.
Yeah.
At least he didn't say, "I'm not black, I'm Tiger." So he was just short of saying that, but at least he didn't.
They can keep that guy.
Oh yeah, he's all theirs. He's all theirs. WNBA finals. Okay, we need everyone's prediction on this real quick. Connecticut or Chicago tonight?
I'm going Connecticut.
I'm a one-man wolf pack.
Oh, knows what time it is.
I'm a one-man wolf pack. They ain't going to Chicago and doing that. Not on Candace.
I think they are. It's time.
I think they are. And I don't even like anything that comes out of Connecticut. I don't like any of those players, but I like their fan base. They are an excited fan base. But I just think they're playing too well right now. And Chicago is too iffy day to day. And Vegas, I think they're an amazing team. And if Vegas goes up against Connecticut, we're going to have a good series.
That might be one. That's going to be one-way traffic, I think, either way for Vegas. I think whoever they go up against, I think it's not going 5. We'll say that.
I really think you're underestimating Connecticut.
They're good.
And Connecticut's really good, but
Connecticut's really good. They are.
But I also think this is the moment for Vegas. They've got to like Asia's got her MVP trophy. Chelsea Gray's the hottest player in basketball, regardless of gender. And you got like Kelsey Plum, who's an ultimate X factor, and you got a lot of people rooting for Becky Hammond. Like this is, you might be right. You might be right. This is Vegas's moment to put this thing to an end and get this thing that's eluded them for the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah.
I hope Vegas pulls it out. I think it's weird to me because I'm thinking to myself, is the WNBA better than they were like 5 years ago? Or am I just paying closer attention? Is the game they're playing, are they better athletes now? What do you guys think? Because
I think the quality of play is better overall.
I think the league, I honestly think the league is so small.
There's that too.
They're star players, plural. Like every team is damn near a super team, except Indiana. Indiana sucks beyond description.
Yeah.
But so many teams have a list of really, really good players, like all the way up to great players. And I think it creates, more incredible basketball games. You got really good coaches too. You look at Seattle. I mean, Seattle was about Brianna. And I know the story was Sue Bird, but it was about Stewie and what she was able to do and Jewel Lloyd stepping in the way that she did. That team to me wasn't nearly as good as Las Vegas. Every single game was competitive because they're coached well. They all got heart. They're all clutch. They can all deliver in those big moments. And that's why the series and those games wound up being the way that they were. I kind of feel a similar situation with Chicago. Kenny, you laid out all of the ways that the Rams won the Super Bowl last year. We could do that with Chicago winning the WNBA championship last season. And this year, I feel like they're just going against a team that's better than they are. I think Connecticut gets them tonight. And Connecticut's another one of those teams that I think is loaded with great talent, but I don't think there's a team in the league that can touch what Vegas has.
But you know what? And I understand and agree to a certain degree with everything that you just said. But Olivia, to your point, I think the game, and once again, I don't mean this as any disrespect or shade to the people that played before, but I think the game, the level of play has gotten so much better. And we see that in the WNBA. But Damian, what did I used to always say about the NCAA tournament? I'm like, I love watching it. There's no need to watch the first 2 rounds. I don't think that's the case no more, because I think the talent has gotten so much better nationwide on every level in women's basketball, where it's a great product. It's a great product. And I just think you're seeing that at all levels. Like I said, NCAA, and it's filtering into the WNBA as well, where you said we got every team has at least 3 players that you're like, yo, she can go at the very least, except for Indiana. But everybody's like, they can go. I love the gameplay right now. It's super high, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to watch. And the thing is, for me, is I'm mad when I miss it. And I've tweeted a couple times when I failed to forget to like DVR it or, get up early. I'm like, how is this game on at 10 o'clock in the morning? Well, how did I miss this? That's still disappointing, the way they're scheduling these things. But I made a concerted effort this season to watch many more games and to watch all of the playoffs. And it has been exciting. And that's why I'm like, am I wrong? Has it always been this great? But they seem, like you said, Kenny, the level of play, I think, has been heightened. And the number of superstars on each team has increased. And so, yeah, it's been an amazing series. I'm so happy for Vegas. I love seeing the crowds being excited, seeing Seattle go nuts and Connecticut go nuts. Like, their crowds are there. The chairs are filled. They're standing up. And I'm happy for these women to be able to celebrate and play a game where they're being celebrated.
Yeah.
Johnny G said Indiana needs a Tyra Halliburton of their own, and I'm a little bit shook. I'm a little bit shook over that remark.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that's incredible. One other reason I got Connecticut winning tonight. Like, for Connecticut, this is it. They too old. Like, this is it. You've got to go out there. You've got to get it done, because I don't know that you're getting back to this point.
Well, I hope the WNBA does a good job at promoting these individual stars when the finals are over, and it doesn't just fade off, because they need to capitalize on the fact that they're having record historic high viewership. Let's tell some great stories about these players, and ride that wave, and then schedule better in the new year.
So we I hate to even bring this up because we don't have time to talk about this, but maybe this is homework. Okay. And Damian, maybe you can educate us on this as well. What's this thing with the WNBA finding the players that go over to the overseas?
Finding them?
So there's something with like Brianna Stewart, and I think there was somebody else, the rookie. I can't remember the rookie on the Storm, but they're like, I'm uncertain of my future in the WNBA because of these fines and rules for players that go overseas to play. And I meant to like kind of read more into that or whatever the case may be, but they can't do that unless they're going to pay them more to say like, I don't want you guys going overseas. Like, I get why, but you can't do that unless you're going to pay them more.
I'm going to look into this because I've never heard of that. I don't think that's a thing.
I haven't heard of it either. I'm going to have to Google that later. But it reminds me of the LIV, like golf, like the PGA and LIV. They're trying to issue fines and things. I don't think the WNBA is in a place where they should do that.
I
In
don't-
terms of popularity, that's not great.
I'll have to look into it. I've never heard that because the WNBA can't be that short-sighted. Like the money's not, especially for someone like Breonna Stewart, it's not comparable. Like it's not. Stewie probably makes $1 million overseas. Like you're telling her, Stewie, you gonna make a million or 200,000? What you gonna do? That's easy work. It is great to have you back. I'm glad the book tour around the nation is complete. And you are back here with us as we head into football season. You know, King's training camp is just a couple of weeks away. So we're happy we've got you settled. The staircase is back. The microphone is working. Internet held up, solid B+ today. So we'll bank on seeing you back here next week. The game last night, Cap. That's Olivia Christian here. Chris Biderman, our 49ers insider, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Maybach.
My internet was still shaky.
It got a little. It wasn't bad at all. It was overall. It was very good. It's very good. It was good.
I blame it on the humidity. I didn't mean to go hard on you, Damien. Like you have every right, and you should drop.
No, you went hard. Apology was necessary. You definitely went hard.
So check this out, guys. Breonna Stewart unsure about plans for 2023 WNBA season due to free agency, league's new prioritization rule.
Okay.
Under the new prioritization rule, players will be ineligible for the 2023 season if they don't report to their teams by opening night.
Interesting. I'll look into that. That's interesting.
That'd be terrible. If they're not going to give them no more money and try to do that, that'd be suicide.
They're going to lose all their stuff. Hi, I'm going to let you guys go. Sorry.
Chris,
Bye.
that's Olivia. Olivia, that's Chris. I don't know if Chris can hear.
Yeah, we met.
Yeah.
That's
we
right.
met at the party. Yep.
That's
How's it
right.
going?
Bye.
Okay. Bye, all. Great job.
Good to see you.
Chris, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? You guys want to talk about some Kings tweets or what?
Bruh. Yeah, man. What the hell? What the hell? That's so stupid. So stupid.
Feel the pressure under more scrutiny in what I do. Act more stupidly.
Oh, man. I guess you got to blame the Kings for something.
I will say though, you can't have the longest running playoff drought in like North American sports and be above the occasional punchline.
I guess.
Yeah, but these weren't even punchlines. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm really mad at them.
That's fair.
I'm really angry. Really, really angry. Oh man. You want to talk about is the live podcast, is that good to go next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about that if you want.
Yeah, I want to make sure we plug that.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
it's the same thing last year, right? You guys got the beer and the
Yeah, it'll be the same thing. Just last year we kind of did it during the preseason. So it was in August. So this year we're doing it in front of ahead of the home opener.
Yeah, it's gonna be live.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's gonna be cool. It was cool last year. If it's like last year or better, it'll be a really good time.
I like the convo you had with the young lady who covers Chicago, the young lady from ESPN who covers the Bears that you put out.
Yeah, Courtney does a good job. They're really gassing her up at ESPN. She's been all over the place over there.
The Windhurst story was fantastic. A firsthand account of being at the table when Windhurst is telling his Utah Jazz story is
Yeah.
She was on First Take that day.
Yeah, she was sitting right next to him.
I gotta hear that.
Yeah.
No, it's good stuff. That was great insight into Chicago. We talked a lot about Chicago yesterday with Marshall, and it's really good insight there. It's such a tough spot for Justin Fields to be in. Like,
it's brutal, man. Like you would think, just looking at it from 10,000 feet away, like it doesn't feel like they believe in him.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we gotta wait and see. It's like, do you need to wait and see, or are you kind of just setting him up to fail so you can go draft somebody next year in the top 5?
man. Yeah, and that's a quarterback class.
That would be crazy.
That's probably 5 first-round quarterbacks next year.
Yeah, at least 3, right?
I mean, CJ Bryce right out the gate.
Yeah. And then the Florida kid, apparently.
Yeah, I heard he's nice. I think the Kentucky kid is nice. The play the kid from Florida made was sick.
Yeah.
Are we coming back?
Probably.
Oh, that's all.
Oh no, I'm just messing with my pen. I think we are. What would you say, Jesse? 5 seconds. We're coming back now in 5, 4, 3, 2. Music. You can watch the show as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Happy to bring in our 1320 49ers insider of the Sacramento Bee, our man, Chris Biderman. We can actually just let you into the conversation we were having there during the commercial break. Chris, great to have you here as the regular season is finally here, beginning tonight with the Rams and the Bills. But we were just kind of going over our concerns a little bit about the Chicago Bears organization and Justin Fields. This feels like, I mean, it's the first game of the season. Like this is the 49ers game. Like this is the one concern I have, and Kenny and I talked at length about this yesterday, and curious to hear how you feel about this, is the one area where you can look at Chicago and go, well, they're not that bad, is the defense. And that just leads me to believe, okay, you got a Chicago Bears defense is probably not terrible. You got a sketchy offensive line for the San Francisco 49ers, and you got Trey Lance now taking the helm of this team.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, look, I've been saying it, I think, all offseason. Like, I'm fully expecting Kyle Shanahan to do a lot of things that have just been unscouted, right? That you know, like similar to the similar dynamic to Robert Griffin in 2012, like coming in, running an offense that people aren't prepared for, and it being pretty successful. And you know, the way they can use Deebo Samuel, the way, you know, Brandon Ayuk can potentially stretch the field. It doesn't sound like George Kittle is going to play, which is certainly a thing. And, you know, was probably an underrated aspect of them starting 3-5 last year was they didn't have Kittle throughout most of that. So that certainly makes it a little bit more difficult, particularly to run the ball. Ultimately, to me, I think the 49ers' success is going to be dependent on how well they run the ball. If those 3 interior guys can get push and not get knocked back, then it sets a table for everything they want to do offensively. And I'm sure I probably said that on my appearance here last week, but that to me is really what's going to be the indicator. And the Bears, you know, they have some young guys. They do have Roquan Smith, but I'm just expecting Kyle Shanahan to have Matt Eberflus's head spinning a little bit because they're going to be doing things that just haven't been put on tape yet.
You're 100% spot on with that, Chris. I feel the same way. We were talking to Marshall. I just call him Marshall. I was about to call him Harrison. I was like, his name is not Marshall Harrison. Marshall Harris, out there formerly of CBS 13, now in Chicago, and he was talking about how, you know, they got some young guys out there, and the defensive coordinator for the Bears is preaching, you know, we're getting to the ball. We're getting to the ball. We're going to be first to the ball in the super aggressive style. And the first thing that came to my mind when I heard that was, oh, that's tailor-made for Kyle Shanahan, because he's going to get you on that overplay and over pursue. And then once he gets you on that once or twice, then he's going to have you starting thinking and looking all over the place, and you don't know what's coming. And if that's the way that they're going to approach this game, that is right there for Kyle Shanahan to, like you said, have their head spinning all game on the defensive end.
Because so much of what Kyle Shanahan does is about pre-snap eye candy, right, in the backfield, and sending guys in motion and forcing defenses to account for all sorts of things before the snap, while the 49ers are learning basically what coverages the defense is going to be in. Like, that's really the whole purpose of all that pre-snap motion. So, yeah, I think, look, ultimately what gives the 49ers a big advantage this season is just continuity, right? The fact that they've been running the same system for so long with so many of the same players, that they have an advantage over these teams, particularly teams with new coaching staffs like the Bears have, that, you know, they're going to be able to do a bunch of different stuff and have a much more complicated offense with more complicated variations of it than a lot of teams that they're going to go against, including the Bears on Sunday. So to me, there was one practice where 49ers communication staff sent everybody a text message covering the team, like reiterating, hey guys, there's no reporting of scheme or, how players were used. And it was one of those practices that sort of, I don't want to say what the practice looked like, but it reminded me of what the team did in the second half of last year with Deebo Samuel, right? And just all the different ways you could utilize the different guys you have on offense. And so I'm just expecting it to, frankly, from like a schematic perspective, to be really fun to watch, because it's going to be, one guy going this way at this before the snap, and then the play going the other way, and then there potentially being a couple options there for whoever the ball carrier may or may not be. So I think the offense is going to be really tough to stop the first few weeks of the season, because Kyle Shanahan's the type of guy who's been drawing these plays up for a while, and now he finally gets to implement them.
Any concern? I think we learned a few minutes ago, George Kittle didn't practice again today. Any concern about him for the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if he did play at this point. And typically the 49ers are pretty cautious with their main guys, obviously, and they like to, get at least one or two practices in before having their guys play. And I would say, too, they're probably exercising with a certain level of caution here, because they understand how important George Kittle is to the team. And the Bears are probably one of the most beatable teams the 49ers are going to have on their schedule all year. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do hold him out, but I do think it's a substantial loss, particularly given the questions about the offensive line, right? Like if you have Kyle Juszczyk and you have George Kittle in there, you could run left behind Trent Williams and those two guys and feel pretty good about that. Mm-hmm. If you don't have George Kittle and you're not winning the edges, which you do basically every time George Kittle is out there and you're running to his side, then, that makes it difficult to run those wide zone runs that they like to do, right? And then the play action off of those wide zone running looks isn't going to be as effective either. And then obviously you're missing what George Kittle brings you in the passing game, which is probably your first or second most reliable pass catcher, right? I think it's fair to say. So it's a pretty substantial loss if he doesn't play. I do think the 49ers could survive it, but the way the offense is designed is, run the ball, play action, utilize the tight ends, utilize the middle of the field. And obviously George Kittle being one of the best tight ends in the league would be a pretty substantial loss for them. But I don't know that it would ultimately cost the 49ers the game. But I will point out, like I said earlier, when they were 3-5 last year, not having George Kittle was a substantial part of that.
Yeah. I would sit out George Kittle. There's no need to run him out there week one if you have championship aspirations, going up against the Bears, no disrespect to them. And just considering his injury history, considering that he repeatedly gets hurt year after year, and that there's something that's bothering him right now that isn't necessarily season threatening, don't make it something that could eventually be season threatening. Give him the week or two that he needs to get that right, so you can possibly have him for the long haul. You talk about Kittle being out last year and why they started 3-5. I was watching the game the other night and I forgot he didn't play in this game last year, the Bears and the Niners game, and that was one of the games that kind of turned around their season. So that they should be able to get it done even without Kittle, and I wouldn't chance it.
Yeah, and they're also putting in a new surface at Soldier Field. So they're putting in a Bermuda grass, which they say is going to be better, but everybody in the NFL knows that Soldier Field has historically had the worst grass surface in the NFL, and there was complaints about the game, the preseason game. The Chiefs were there in Chicago, which led to them putting a new surface in, and it's an entirely different type of grass, right? So I don't think the grass is some huge storyline, but if you're thinking about whether or not you want to play your key player and he's dealing with a lower body injury, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan is factoring in the thought that the surface there is typically bad. They're putting in a new surface, which anybody who followed the Levi Stadium situation in 2014, pretty much through 2015 and 16, new grass and dealing with that can be complicated, and it doesn't always go well when you do transition to a new surface. So I'm sure the 49ers are a little bit leery of that as well.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Chris Biderman, our 1320 49ers insider from the Sacramento Bee, with us here. Before we get to the obvious question that shook up 49ers media yesterday, I do want to ask you, you did this last year. You've got this Candlestick Chronicles beer that drops. I mean, it's a yearly thing now. You do it 2 times in a row. It's a yearly thing. And you and our buddy Kyle Matson host an event. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, you're going to be there, which is awesome. We're super excited to have you there. Last year, it's going to be at Cooperage Brewing Company in Santa Rosa. I'm close with the folks there, and they do a great job if you're into craft beer. And they made a Candlestick Chronicles Hazy IPA, which I think the second run is going to be dropping pretty shortly. The can is incredible, particularly for a 49ers fan. It's like half football. They did a really cool drawing of Candlestick Park that's on the can. And if you're into hazy IPAs, I think it's as good as anything out there. So the live event, it's going to be Kyle and I riffing for a little bit. We're going to bring up some we're going to have a live panel. It's going to include Damien. We're going to have Matt Mayoko and Cam Inman and Tracy Sandler and hopefully some others. But we're going to raise some money for charity, and it's going to be a really fun event. If it was anything like last year, it's going to be a really fun event. And, people ask, like, are you guys going to record the pod? And like, no, because we're all going to be drinking, and people like to get a little bit more spicy in those scenarios when they know, what they're saying is off the record. And so that's what happened a little bit last year. There was some spicy takes getting thrown around, and it's a lot of fun. It's, good beer, good people, and doing it to raise a little bit of money for good causes. So September 16th, Friday before the home opener, a week from tomorrow. So it'll be a good time.
Excellent. I just looked up the driving directions from my house to Santa Rosa on a Friday afternoon, so I should be there by Saturday.
You need to leave.
If y'all just hang around a little bit longer,
we'll make it worth your while. If you want to get there early for lunch, we can do that too.
I'll be there Saturday morning for the big event. So there's that. And they couldn't afford Casey's talent fee. That's the only reason.
Don't listen to this man.
His people are hard to get a hold of.
They needed the driver, and he wanted a certain type of car, and then the helicopter the rest of the way. It was tough.
The Fiji water.
Yeah. So, Chris, Kenny and I were the only ones. We acknowledged, we apologized. We did the sports media thing wrong yesterday. We were the only ones who didn't make a big deal out of Trey Lance not being a captain, but there are other people who got 4 hours of content out of that story. It made perfect sense to me. What was your reaction when you saw the 6 captains named yesterday?
So when you have a team that's loaded with a lot of established stars, I guess you can say, like the 49ers are, a couple All-Pros, a potential Hall of Famer in Trent Williams, it would be weird if on that team you gave captaincy to a guy who started 2 games in his career. Right? Like, what do all the captains have in common? They've done it on the field, right? And they're part of being a captain. A big part of it is, for Kyle Shanahan especially, is all about preparation, professionalism, how you practice, how you take care of your body, how you just handle yourself away from the field. And also you have to be a kick-ass player between the lines, right? Giving Trey Lance a captaincy is sort of ignoring that whole process. Like, not that he handles himself poorly away from the field or isn't professional or anything like that. He just hasn't earned any stripes yet. So I don't find it problematic at all that Trey Lance isn't a starter. I would find it really weird if captain, excuse me. I would find it really weird if he was given a captaincy. And like, Nick Bosa is a rookie. He wasn't made captain. He wasn't made captain his second year. And you can make a case he's one of the 49ers' 2 best players, right? So he's a captain this year, obviously, but no, I don't make a big deal out of it. I think one thing, and this sort of speaks to, I think, a lot of the Trey Lance discourse that's been happening the 49ers signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, well, it must be because they don't believe in Trey Lance. Oh, the 49ers didn't give Trey Lance captaincy. Oh, it must be because they don't believe in Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan has never been the type of coach that just gives things to young players without those players earning it, whether it's, the confidence to say, yeah, we don't need a good backup behind you, or a captaincy. It's like that player has to go earn it, and then that's when that player is rewarded for it. So like he's very much not the type of coach who would say, yeah, Trey Lance, you're our starting quarterback, you're our captain. And I think the locker room understands that, and I think the locker room has a really healthy dynamic, and it's not problematic at all from where I sit and talking to players. It never seems like there's drama in any of that stuff, and it is probably blown out of proportion. If the 49ers were a rebuilding team coming off a 4-13 season and they had just drafted Trey Lance and made him their starter, like, yeah, that would make sense. But this is a team loaded with a lot of really good players who have a lot of experience, and Trey Lance just doesn't. So it would be sort of skipping the process and awarding a guy who hasn't earned those stripes yet. And so I don't see any problem with it. I understand why it's a discussion point, but to me, I don't find it problematic at all from the standpoint of Trey Lance not being a captain.
I don't understand it at all, Chris. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Why is it like this with Trey Lance? And what I mean by that is, like, why is everything indicative of the biggest scenario in the world? And I talked about this yesterday, and Damian, we were trying to figure it out. Why, when people talk about Trey Lance, does it skew towards he won't be good? Like, we don't know what's going to go on with Trey Lance. I think he might be good, but the fact of the matter is we don't know what's going on with him. We don't know how he's going to be. But why is that not good enough? Why does it have to skew towards the boogeyman of him not being good, and now they're going to have to play Jimmy and all this other stuff? Why are people like this with Trey Lance?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think people are only comfortable with what they've seen before, right? So like nobody's seen Trey Lance do it really at any level. Like he had a really nice season in 2019 at North Dakota State, but that was a long time ago, right? And there are questions about his accuracy, and nobody really knows, if he's going to be good or not. I'm very optimistic about Trey Lance, and it's largely just reflective on Kyle Shanahan and the pieces around Trey Lance. And I think Kyle Shanahan wouldn't be putting Trey Lance in this position if he didn't believe in him, right? And this is the biggest bet Kyle Shanahan's made in his career on Trey Lance. Like if Trey Lance does not pan out and the 49ers somehow are not a winning team because largely of what happens under center, then that could cost Kyle Shanahan his job, right? Like that's not a small thing. And Kyle Shanahan is making a bet on trying to win the Super Bowl this year, and he's doing it with Trey Lance as a starting quarterback. Like I think that to me should be enough of a vote of confidence for people to understand, like, yeah, we haven't seen it from him yet, but that doesn't mean it's not going to work, right? And we see it. Patrick Mahomes didn't start his rookie season. Was that some great indictment on Patrick Mahomes? Like they had Alex Smith. It was a very similar situation, a very similar dynamic to what the 49ers have. That Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes dynamic is similar to what the Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance dynamic is, or at least was the first year. Now it's flipped with Jimmy being back. But I just think that, people are generally uncomfortable with what they haven't seen, and Kyle Shanahan is making Trey Lance earn, like, the captaincy stuff, the Jimmy Garoppolo, saying Jimmy Garoppolo shouldn't be here because we need Trey Lance to be the starter unencumbered. Trey Lance just hasn't earned it yet. And that's not to say that he won't, but this is a Super Bowl roster in Kyle Shanahan's mind, and he's not going to let a Trey Lance injury derail that. But in terms of people not believing in Trey, like, you want to talk about quarterback tropes that have been an issue in the NFL, related to skin color since the dawn of time, right? Like, you want to talk about just typically what it looks like. Like, I don't know. I think there's certainly an element of that, and certainly an element of, the 49ers quarterback position is one of the most scrutinized positions, I would say, in all of sports, certainly in Northern California sports. So I do think that's a big part of it. And frankly, like, it's kind of a polarizing situation because Jimmy Garoppolo still is there, and Jimmy Garoppolo's been pitted against, or those two guys have been pitted against each other since Trey Lance was drafted. And then you have Trey Lance being pitted against the other quarterbacks in the 2021 class. Like, people are just uncomfortable with believing in things that they haven't seen yet. And I'm really optimistic because, of what Kyle Shanahan can do with somebody like Trey Lance and what all the weapons can do around Trey Lance. And the fact that, like, have we seen a quarterback dropped into a better situation in his first year as a starter, like, in the last 20 years?
You might have just named the guy who's the closest in Patrick Mahomes. Like, there were some expectations for that team, and certainly it's a far cry from what Justin Fields is dealing with over in Chicago.
Yeah, so the accuracy issue is a big one because we don't typically see quarterbacks overcome being inaccurate, with the exception being Josh Allen, who went from, sort of a guy that nobody thought would be good coming into the draft because he didn't play high-level competition. He was inaccurate. He fixed his accuracy, and now he's the betting favorite to be MVP. People are just more comfortable with seeing it first before they're willing to make a bet on it.
This just dawned on me when you said this a second ago, where you're talking about guys want, you want Trey Lance to be that starting quarterback unencumbered, and you got Jimmy Garoppolo in that second position, and you don't want that. If you're on the 49ers staff, or you're a fan, or you're a media member who feels like Jimmy Garoppolo is going to hinder Trey Lance ain't the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, if this falls apart for Trey Lance because Jimmy Garoppolo is in the backup quarterback position, Trey Lance isn't the guy, and that's okay. You need to move on. I don't think that that's the case at all, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to play less than zero of a factor in how Trey Lance performs. But we come up with all of these different reasons as to why we've been saying the same things over and over and over again about this quarterback position, and it's like, yo, just say what you mean. Some of y'all don't believe in Trey Lance. That's all it boils down to. For whatever reason, you don't believe in Trey Lance. You were doing this before Jimmy Garoppolo was the backup quarterback. You've been doing this all off season long. You don't believe in him, and that's fine. I do. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I also think, to your point, like, if the locker room gets divided over the quarterback situation, like, that's a locker room problem. That's not a Trey Lance quarterback problem. That's like, why are those guys, say one of the starting receivers is unhappy after a loss because he has one catch for 8 yards. If he's spouting out to the media and then that causes a divide in all this discussion, that's a problem with that receiver. And, like, Kyle Shanahan needs to have a conversation with him. Mm-hmm. It's not a Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo problem. Mm-hmm. Right. So and that's the thing. They bet on their culture. And to this point, over the last few years, their culture has ultimately been a reason why they've been successful when they have been. And when they haven't been, it's been about, injuries mostly. So I do believe in, like, the strength of just the quality human beings in the locker room. I do think that there are probably some wild cards that, we'll have to see how it all goes from that standpoint. But yeah, I don't think, the more I've thought about it, I was a little dubious about the decision to bring Garoppolo back when it first happened. And the more I thought about it, the more I talked to people, it's like, it's just a pragmatic decision, man. And I think everybody in the locker room understands that, because their goal is to win the Super Bowl. And, if Trey Lance sprains his ankle and is out 4 to 6 weeks, you're going to have a much better chance at winning the games that you need to win with Jimmy Garoppolo as your quarterback than Brock Purdy.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. I'm ready. I'm ready, Chris. Come on, man. I'm ready, baby.
Yeah, and look, once the games are played, then we can talk about that and not speculate on any, that like, I love the NFL. Covering the NFL has been a lifelong dream of mine, and I'm super lucky to be able to do it when I can. But also, like, it sucks when there aren't games and we're just speculating, like, nonstop, which is what it's been for months and months and months. So fortunately, this weekend, the rubber's going to hit the road and we'll have actual games to talk about.
Yeah.
Cooperage Brewing Company, 1 week from tomorrow, round 7-ish or so. Cooperage Brewing Company in Santa Rosa, a live edition of Candlestick Chronicles with Chris Biderman and Kyle Madsen. myself, I'll just be serving the beers to these guys and a whole host of 49ers panelists. So it'll be a good time. Chris, we appreciate you. Real quick, we're sports media. You got a Super Bowl prediction before you go?
I haven't done this yet. Am I a complete homer if I have the 49ers going to the Super Bowl?
Absolutely not.
Nothing wrong with it.
Because I look at the NFC and I have a hard time believing in the Packers more so this year than years past because of Devontae Adams. I have a hard time believing in Tampa. The Rams, it's incredibly hard to repeat. I just think the 49ers are in a spot where they can really make a run at it. And I like Baltimore in the AFC.
Wow. I like it. I like
Baltimore in the AFC. They're
1320 49ers insider, Chris Biderman right there. That's good stuff. I like that. I wonder if that's the last time we'll hear that Super Bowl. Chris, we appreciate you. Thank you, my man. We'll be back 4 in and 4 out. This was grueling. Who made the playoffs last year that won't make it this year? We've got those teams for you next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Great stuff, Chris. That's fun, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Baltimore, just the roster, and the infrastructure there, I think they're getting slept on big time this offseason.
Love it.
I agree.
I haven't fully decided. I'm waffling.
You do live shows. We're doing live predictions.
It's all good.
What's going on?
It's all good.
Indeed. Good stuff. Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Talk to you later.
See you later.
Chris Biderman. If y'all don't listen, if y'all want a good 49ers podcast, like a really, really good 49ers podcast, check out Candlestick Chronicles with Kyle and Chris.
100%.
Oh, Casey, you want to come back?
Oh,
I need to get up. Shoot. I need to go get my juice. I did. Stop yelling at me, Jesse.
I don't have a 13th round today. Although I was seeing those cards, the matches I was talking about yesterday, they're wondering if they're going to be canceled or not due to the death of Queen Elizabeth. About her passing? Yeah, it means a lot to a lot of people. Well, there's that too. That's what we talk about. You are engulfed in 2 different Twitters, and it's like 2 different stories. And I'm like, I don't know about this. Yeah, it's it's divided. People seeing things 2 different ways. It is. Yeah, Lizzie. I mean, for some people, I come from a different culture.
I'm from a different culture.
My ears are sweating. It's hot in here today. Come on, man. What? How does that happen? Yeah, they should have seen that they could extend the lease. But like at the same time, I don't know. Like this move didn't spring up on them in like July. Yeah, well, I can believe that.
Something happened. Oh. Yeah, I gotcha.
Casey, are you going out to watch the game? No. I'm gonna be at the crib. I might get out on Sunday though. Might get out on Sunday. Who do I think Pitbull fights next? He might fight Tank again. I don't think he should. Yeah, he might fight Tank again. I like Isaac Cruz. He's a good fighter. He's tougher than a $2 steak. If I was Tank, I don't know why I'd want to fight him again, though. That's high risk, low reward.
Your boy really stirs it up.
Who?
Grant Cohn. Man, he really stirs it up.
Still, man. I don't know, man.
Great conversation.
I said what I said yesterday in the chat. It's low-key trash out there, man. Low-key.
Wait, what happened?
Aside from a select few, it's all bad out there. It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Oh, our chat. I was looking at the chatty house. I was like, I don't know what you said. I didn't even know you was in the chatty house. The chat. So you know the chat. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I guess we just have a different way of doing our job. Our job is to present information, have opinions, have some fun. Some people cover these teams like they have vendettas against them.
You said it perfectly. You said it perfectly. Have some fun, man. Like, is it?
Hashtag new radio. Yes, we are new media.
Man, this is not. They be doing too much, man. Some people be doing too much.
Just reading these tweets about the 49ers, like what? Why though? Like, why are we doing that? It's just weird. I don't know. I guess people are always looking for their shtick. I saw this pop up a couple of times in various forms, keeping the faith, asking D-Lo, can you find out if they sell Candlestick Chronicles beer in Sac? I don't think they do. I will. I'll get a definitive answer for you, and we'll talk about it when Kyle joins us tomorrow. I don't think Candlestick Chronicles the beer is out here. But I'll get a definitive answer for you by tomorrow, and if they don't, I'll see if the Cooperage will give me a bunch, and then we'll just open the liquor store at Kenny's house, and y'all can come over and grab your beer.
I mean, that's where people can get to the beer. If it was at Damien's house, I mean, no, you're not getting on that on that Anchorage.
Okay, stop it. I was
Anchorage.
I was in a hurry. I had left a little late because we were talking to Chris Biderman and grabbed my juice, my little rock energy drink, and a couple of these just delicious crackers. I bit the hell out of my lip, and I'm playing through it right now. Your partner is playing through whoever's playing through an injury tonight. What I'm playing through right now is worse. I'm about to look. I'm about to look like Will Smith in Hitch in a minute. Like I bit down on that joint.
I never seen Hitch. I know this.
I thought Hitch was. I thought Hitch was fantastic. I thought Hitch was really good. I enjoyed it. It's really good.
Never. I don't know why I've never seen it. I just never seen it. I haven't seen a lot of movies though. Like, there's a lot.
It's one of them joints that just come on TNT at like noon on a Saturday, and you just, man, 2 hours later, I watched the whole movie.
Yeah, I gotta. Isn't Eva Mendes in that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Check out Hitch.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, we got Super Bowl predictions coming up. Yeah, it's tough. But
I was gonna say, but I can't remember. We gotta get to the good stuff.
Corners of Santa Clara. Is that it? We had an assignment. These were the rules.
Ooh.
We've got Super Bowl predictions coming up. We'll do those like around and I think we have our first batch of power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Power rankings before the season starts is ridiculous.
You have to do it. What are you talking about?
Well, we have to do it. It's in our sports media contract. We just missed the fine print about overreacting to Trey Lance not being a quarterback or not being a captain. So that's a yes. You got to read the fine print in the contracts, Kenny. That's a
You're
yes.
Right. You're right.
The assignment was 4 teams that made the playoffs last year won't make them this year. Who are those 4 teams and who will replace them? It's science. It happens every year. And it's a minimum of 4 teams.
Yeah.
Not just 4 teams. It is a minimum of 4 teams, and it's usually a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
This exercise was brutal.
Yeah. This was
so much so I wrote mine out last night. Woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and changed them. And we've got the answers that we've got here. I think we've got some of the same teams. So let's get into this.
Okay.
Who do you have out of the playoffs
this year? Out of the playoffs that was in it last year. I have the Titans out.
Oh, that's spicy. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Okay, so let's do this. You got the Titans out, which means, well, that means you've got a new AFC South division winner.
Yeah, I got so that's what we're doing. We're going out in.
We could do that.
Okay.
Yes, Kenny, that's what we'll do. Out in. So you got.
Come on, man.
You got the Colts. You got the Colts. Nope, I blew it. You got the Titans out.
I got the Titans out.
You've got a new AFC South champion.
And it sure as hell ain't the Jags. So it's the Colts.
I want to repeat, I picked the Jaguars to win this weekend. So
so did I. All right. But I got the Titans out.
That's a good one.
Colts in.
That's a good one.
I got the Cardinals out. I got the Saints in.
Wow. Now we know who made those CBS power rankings. It was Kenny. Kenny made the CBS power rankings high on the Saints. Okay.
I got Cardinals out, Saints in. I've got Pats out, Dolphins in.
Pats did that just to appease Jesse. I get it. I mean, I
gotta give a shout out to my guy, but it's also true.
Okay.
And this is the whole situation that I just like. The first 3 are relatively easy. It's like it's whatever.
Those aren't easy. Like, come on now, those aren't easy.
Those are easy. This is the one that I almost tapped out of the whole exercise. And I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say it. I've got Ravens in.
Hey, that's no doubt.
Raiders out. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mike. I think Comrex glitched. Ooh, you got the Ravens in, and who is out?
Ravens in.
Yep.
Raiders out. Sorry. See, look, they're gonna be trying to jump me. I'll be like Charlemagne. Somebody come out. Can I get a drop?
I'll talk to you in a language you know and respect. Let me be perfectly clear. You left the Steelers in the playoffs and took the Raiders out.
Yeah. You know why? So let me break all this down. I
don't know why.
Let me break all of this down. Let me break it all down. So let's start with the Steelers aspect of it. They got money-making Mitch starting at quarterback. And that's ugly. Make no bones about it.
Don't act like you forgot.
Now,
I called a shots.
Money making
Mitch better have my money.
Money making Mitch has made the playoffs before. I think it was his rookie year. And the formula there was the Bears had a good team around them, good defense. They were ready to go. And they made it probably in spite of Mitch Trubisky. Here's the other thing about it. Mike Tomlin. When have we seen, and I don't think he's made the playoffs every year, but Mike Tomlin, if we're going by history and historically, he doesn't fall on his face. He doesn't fall on his face. His teams compete. His teams are in it every single year. And to be honest with you, they have a talented roster. They just might not have a talented quarterback. But look at the roster. Look at what they have on the roster. And tell me they don't have a talented roster. So Steelers staying. Now, here's the killer. Here was the killer. Because I didn't want to take the Raiders out. But here's the deal. That AFC West they're going to destroy each other. And when you're the Raiders, you've got 6 against the AFC West. You've got another 3 against you've got 4 against the NFC West. So let's say best case scenario with the AFC West, or let's just not best case scenario. Let's just be moderate. Let's say you split in the division. It's 3-3. Then you go up against the NFC West. Let's say you go 3-1, right? That's 4 losses in 9 games. We're sure that the Raiders or Broncos, because that's who I thought about getting in there. We're sure that they're not gonna lose no other games. They're gonna lose less than 3 more games on their schedule, and that's if they go 3-3. For them to go 3-3 in the division, you guys help me out here. I know I didn't break this down. Like everybody would have to go 3-3, right? For the Broncos and the Raiders to go 3-3, that means the Chiefs. That means everybody's
just in the division.
Yeah. That ain't happening. I don't think. There's going to be somebody that's 4-2. There may be somebody that's 5. So that means the Raiders or the Broncos, who I think are the 2 lesser teams in AFC West, one of those 2 are going 2-4. So realistically, we're looking at already between the AFC West and the NFC West, you've got 5 losses already. That really gives you room to lose 2 more games. Because 9-8 isn't getting in.
And you've put this on the Raiders as the team that's going to happen to.
And the Broncos. I don't think the AFC West is getting 3 teams in. I think they're getting 2 teams in. That's really what it came down to. Getting 2 teams in, and it's the Chiefs and the Chargers.
Okay. The Steelers are out.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin doesn't have to fall on his face. They could have a down year. Steelers are out. Ravens are in. Ravens are winning that division. I don't like this, but I'm going to do it. I really don't like this. I'm not confident in this. And of all of my picks, this is the one I am the least confident in. I'm not even sure I wholeheartedly believe this. The Patriots are out.
I don't even know why that was the big dissertation. They're out.
I don't like them. I'm sorry. I'm not like Kenny. I wouldn't talk down about Mike Tomlin or a coach like Mike Tomlin. But when you look at NFL coaches, I'm sorry, we can't say the same thing about Bill Belichick.
What about him?
Your whole 20-minute dissertation about Mike Tomlin, you can't say the same exact thing about Bill Belichick? When is Bill Belichick? falling on his face.
They don't have better pieces around the quarterback, the suspect quarterback, than Pittsburgh does.
Don't do that. 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 Don't compare Mac Jones to Mitchell Trubisky. Don't do that. Come on, man. Stop that.
Okay.
You one of them sports media dudes with a vendetta. I don't know what Mac Jones did to you. Was Mac Jones the dude you bumped into in the metaverse who thought you was Jazz and was trying to hit on you? Was it Mac Jones?
Why wouldn't I do that? Mac
Jones and Mitchell Trubisky are not the same quarterback.
I think Mac Jones is a little better than Mitchell Trubisky. I understand that, but why are we acting like Mac Jones is that dude?
He's going into his second year, for God's sakes.
You know who was going into the second year making the playoffs too?
Trey Lance? Who? What?
Mitchell Trubisky.
Mitchell Trubisky is not in his second. I'm talking about Mitchell Trubisky now.
He was in the same situation that Mac Jones is in right now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And they moved on from him. Is he the quarterback of the Chicago Bears?
Yeah, because he wasn't good enough.
Okay.
So sure, Mac Jones is good enough.
I'm sure Mac Jones is better than Mitchell Trubisky.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure. I'm not saying he is. I wouldn't be so sure.
Fine.
And by all accounts, Mac Jones has looked horrendous in this preseason.
Okay, we're doing. We've got preseason takes. All right,
and in the joint practices, he's looked horrendous.
Okay, Mike Tomlin can coach around a bad quarterback, but Bill Belichick can't. Point being, I got the Patriots out. I'm reluctant to have the Patriots out. I've got them out. The Miami Dolphins are in. Tua, it's now or never, homie. I got the Cardinals out. I feel good about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting the Carolina Panthers in here. I am.
Wait a minute. You forget about the Saints? Just say you forgot.
The Saints. The Saints.
You think the Panthers are going to be better than the Saints?
What am I going to do with the Saints? What am I going to do with the Saints? Is Michael Thomas and the Saints, they kiss and make up? Is he playing? Well, yeah, Alvin Kamara is just going to keep going for like 2,000 yards from scrimmage? Like, no. No, I didn't forget about the Saints. I'm a Baker bro. I am riding with the Carolina Panthers. I will die on that take. I'm going to ride with the Carolina Panthers this year. I know that's a bit spicy. I get it. This is the hottest take of them all. But I believe this to be the case. I've got the Ravens winning that division.
Okay. It's fair. Nothing hot about that take.
The Bengals are out. Cincinnati.
Hold on. Did you just spend 5-10 minutes getting at me for not having the Raiders in? When the team that beat the Raiders in the playoffs last year, you have them out? The team that got to the Super Bowl last year?
Yeah.
That was a play away from having a game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Not making the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
The top 5 receiver in the game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because you just that was fantastic. Everything that was fantastic. That was last year, right? That was last year. Okay. They're out this year. And the Denver Broncos are in.
Okay.
Come on. Let's go. Steelers, Pats, Bengals, Cards, out. Panthers, Ravens, Broncos, Dolphins, in.
So, hold on.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. Like, don't do that.
So, in this case, well, let me ask you. I don't want to assume who's making the playoffs out of the AFC West.
Yeah, so that's I'm working through that in my head.
This is what you were supposed to do.
No, I got Kansas City, Denver, and Las Vegas.
The Chargers aren't making the playoffs.
Chargers aren't making the playoffs. The Chargers, now before everybody, goes nuts over that, the Chargers are the Ravens of last year. Ravens were 8-9 last year. That's where I see the Chargers. I don't see the Chargers as the Jacksonville Jaguars. 8-9. That's what I see them as.
That's a lot.
Y'all little beloved Justin Herbert. No, ain't for me.
Beloved Justin Herbert.
Y'all love that dude. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Y'all just love that dude. He can't do no wrong.
He's gonna lose.
Y'all can clip this and put this out there into the universe.
He gonna lose 9 games.
Yeah, but he ain't. He ain't gonna lose 9 games. The Chargers are gonna lose 9 games.
Let's see. I mean, okay. I gotta figure.
I might even throw some more teams in there to miss the playoffs for fun.
Chargers. We got a little time. Chargers.
I got to be honest. I kind of like your Titans Colts take. I got to be honest about that one.
Titans probably up out of there.
I might go 5 in, 5 out. I kind of like that one. I kind of like that one because if Matt Ryan has life in him, you gonna see it this year. And that's it. Like they're like just one last gasp of oxygen. He's gonna throw it out there, and he's.
And it feels like
play well.
It feels like the Colts have everything set up. They just didn't have the quarterback last year. That's
well, but my only concern about that is, and you're 100% right, is that I feel like the Colts have had it set up for like 4 years. Like, when did Andrew Luck retire? That team could have been a Super Bowl contender. That team could have been an AFC Championship contender. The year Andrew Luck retired, that team was the 53-man roster was good. And how many years ago was that?
It was a minute.
Really, is it 3 seasons ago? Like, that's a while ago. So my concern is like, to come back the next year. Okay. No, they're still good. Like, they still have a chance. And it's like, damn, how many years ago was it that team was built? Like, I feel like that this might not just be it for Matt Ryan. This might be it for the Colts. Like, this is your best shot right here. You still got some life left in this team. You got a quarterback who I think has some life left in them. I like that swap though. There, that's a good swap.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, no.
I'm worried. I have concerns about it, but I like it.
I'm not even that crazy about the Colts. I just think the Titans. I think the time's up.
Yeah,
like a struck McKnight for those guys. I think time is up. But I'm trying to do this exercise right now, and I'm looking at the Chargers' schedule, and based on my projections, I have them playing 6 games against playoff teams that I think will be playoff teams this year.
What team is this?
The Chargers. Mm-hmm. And now I'm looking at the Raiders, and I got them playing one. It might not be. It might be less.
But it could be 17. It boils down to the fact I think the Raiders are better than you think the Raiders are.
No, I think the Raiders are really good. But if they have tougher games, if they have a tougher schedule, I mean that plays a factor.
Not if you're better.
Not necessarily. Because that'd be one thing if you were playing the same.
Will you believe if they beat the Chargers this weekend? They're scheduled out the gate. Chargers.
I think they're a good team.
Chargers, Cardinals, Titans, Broncos, Chiefs, right out the gate. You've got the Texans, the Saints, the Jaguars, and the Colts after that.
Mm-hmm.
Broncos, Seahawks, Chargers, Rams, Patriots, Steelers, the New Year's Day game, 49ers, and then Kansas City to close out the season.
I think it's going to be super close. I don't have the rate like the Chargers in that though. Like, I don't have them in that.
49. The Raiders ain't lost since I jumped on the bandwagon. They 4-0 right now. They're about to be the first team to go 21-0. See, Raider Nation got the cosign from Amy Trask,
Hey.
Princess of Darkness. She said it's good.
Hey, man. Hey, the Raiders are a good team. I think they got a tough schedule.
You keep saying that. You don't think they're good.
That's not true. Because part of the problem is the AFC is stacked.
Is that the best division in football, the West?
By far. It's not even close. It's not even close.
That Bengals take is spicy, boy. They were only 10-7 last year. Pittsburgh was 9-7-1. That's pretty wild. Y'all really fell in love with that Super Bowl run, man. Y'all love you some young, you love little Joe Burrow, little Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. Y'all got a type, boy. Y'all got a type.
You love Derek Carr?
Derek Carr is my guy. I do not believe that y'all love Derek Carr. Y'all don't love Derek Carr.
I like Derek Carr.
The word is love. When you see the Queen Bee, you go Queen Bee. I like you, Queen Bee. Like, no, I don't think that's what you do.
I don't look at Derek Carr like that.
Okay, you look at Joe Burrow like that. You look at Justin Herbert like that. You look at Josh Allen like that. Y'all got a type. That's all I'm saying.
I like Herbert.
See, Raiders get no love. That's it. Raider fans, I promise you, you're not going to get better coverage anywhere else of your Las Vegas Raiders than right here, because they are my Las Vegas Raiders now.
Raiders podcast coming up.
Corners of the Nation. We'll come back. We got power rankings and Super Bowl predictions. We got all sorts of cheesy stuff on the way before Matt George joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Raider show. Let's go. Oh, man. How'd the Raiders get lucky last year? They were 10-7. I mean, that division, though. I wish I could get on the Chargers the way that I think Jesse damn near talked me into the Broncos. We got to get yours too. I like the Chiefs, Rich. You know I like the Chiefs. I love Patrick Mahomes. I'm damn near considering putting the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I feel like they lost a lot. That's what keeps giving me pause, is I feel like they lost a lot. I mean, people seem to really fall in love with the Bengals on that run. What's we got here? What else y'all talking about? I saw the titles were vacated last night, I know they crowned a trios champion, but the AEW title, that's just, that company's in it as a bad luck for them right now. There you go. I like Derek Carr too, actually. Like, all kidding aside, I really do like Derek Carr. I think that's part of the reason I dislike John Gruden. I thought oh, man. I thought it was going to be tough for him to succeed with Gruden there. What else y'all got here? Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Cowboys not going to be good. I'm realistic about my team. Really, you don't think the Cowboys? So you don't think the Cowboys win that division? I still Phillies in the Chargers category. I just can't buy into them. I just cannot buy into them right now. Is Roddy in here? I know Roddy doesn't love his Raiders the way he used to. I feel like I seen Roddy today. You think the Eagles win that division? Okay. Yeah, that's not a bad point. It's not a bad point, the Wilson family. Not at all. Dallas is third in the NFC East this season. I got to assume the Commanders? Philly and the Commanders? I really hate that name. That is just horrible. I feel like some people said this last year and can't do it, man. I can't do it. Yeah. Yeah, Carson Wentz does stink. Punk, well, that I don't think I have enough time to fill you in on that whole situation, but right now it boils down to, like, I think he tore his tricep. So he's gone. And he could be gone for a variety of reasons too. Yeah, I like the Washington football team too. Eagles in Washington. All right. I can't buy into Washington, but I got you. And that's part of the reason why look, Wentz going to be solid. Wentz is garbage. Boy, Carson Wentz gets a reaction. It's the same. The football team kind of grew on me too. Oh, did he? Did they announce it? Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure if that had been announced. Or I wasn't even sure if that was official. It sounds like they avoided it last night, which is probably the right call. Oh, look who's working out. Look who's working out with Aaron Donald.
You saw that, huh?
I'm seeing it now. Oh. Don't do that. Don't do that. You could say whatever you want to about Aaron Donald. I don't know. I don't know. Well, my Super Bowl prediction is in good shit. I've made my Super Bowl prediction after seeing who Aaron Donald's working out with.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh.
I know who I'm riding with.
Can I talk to my Raider fans real quick? That's on.
You may talk to my Raider fans really quick. I will allow it.
What we did was an exercise. It was a fun exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I could have bowed out and said, I'm not doing this. But I did the 4 in and 4 out. In reality, there's two things going on here. In reality, I think the Raiders are good. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I would bet on there not being 4 in and 4 out this year. That's the crux of it. Like, I think the majority of the teams are going to make it. If I looked at this, if I looked at who I had, the only two teams that I'm really confident in that aren't going to be there are the Patriots and the Cardinals. You could even convince me the Titans still win that division and they go back. Patriots and the Cardinals, I'm confident they're not going to be in.
But I'll say this: you're right. This was an exercise. It was fun, but you're wrong. It's never not happened. It's going to happen.
It happened last year with the 7. It happened last year too. I'm just asking. Like, it happened.
Yeah, no, we with the 7. We
because it's the first 2 years ago was the first time we had 7 playoff teams.
So it's happened. Yeah, we looked at the numbers where we looked at the teams. We named all of the teams like 3 days ago. It's happened every year since the wild card expansion.
So okay. So there's that. There's the only two that I'm confident in because I mean it when I said it. I like the Raiders team. If without this exercise, if I had to guess, I'd say they make the playoffs. The other thing, part of this exercise though, the real killer is the AFC's not good enough.
Yeah, that was
take one team from the AFC that is coming out and then like putting somebody in there. Like that's it. You know what I mean? And I had to find 3 AFC teams to do the exercise. That's the killer for that exercise. So Raider fans, relax. I think you guys are absolutely good enough to make the playoffs. And I think you guys might make the playoffs. I don't think people are talking about 4 AFC West teams. Though. I don't see that happen. I just don't see it mathematically.
It'll happen at some point. A division will get all their teams in. I don't know if it happens this year. I can't. But I don't. You know, maybe I'll find it along the way. I don't. I understand. I see the roster with the Chargers, and I get that. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to get on board with the Chargers. I like Justin Herbert. It's good, really good young quarterback. There's a lot of really good young. Joe Burrow's another one. There's great young quarterbacks. I'm not ready. And I got the Bengals taking a step back. We're talking about they were 10-7 winning that division last year.
Right.
They might very well take a step forward and be 12-5 or 13-4 or something along those lines.
You just don't know. I think, like I said, for the purpose of this exercise, when I was going through it, I was like, all right, I don't want to do this, but who in the NFC is doing? Even if you have you have the Panthers in there. Well, the killer was like, who's coming outside of the Cardinals?
I think that was the thing. I really wanted to get the Cardinals out of there.
But who? Like, I'm trying to think. We got the Cardinals out, and at that point, I guess you're just choosing between the Saints and the Panthers, because I don't think the Eagles are coming out. I don't think the Cowboys are coming out. Although I may have looked at it.
I thought about it. I thought about Philly and couldn't do it. I thought about Dallas, the team that outside of the Cardinals, because that's ultimately who I took out. Who I was really thinking about was the Bucks. I think I like whatever happens with the Bucks and the Bucks and the Packers. No matter what happens with 5-12 or 12-5, neither will surprise me.
And another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to press that button on the Vikings over the Packers, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not going to do that. I was looking at the Vikings for a second though, but the AFC they don't have enough good teams to take too many people out. And then watch this, like 4 teams in the NFC will be out and 4 new teams.
Yeah. Well, I know Jesse's got the Patriots out and the Dolphins in. I would bet Kenny's I'd bet Kenny's bank account on that. Jesse, what are your other ones?
I got Tennessee out, Indianapolis in. Indianapolis is flat out the better team right now. I love Ryan Tannehill, but Robert Woods, I think, is going to be their number one.
It's not a sentence you hear very often, by the way. I love Ryan Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill.
As a Dolphins guy, I got you.
Yeah, their receivers aren't great. And like Kenny said, I think it's just time for them. So I got the Colts in, Tennessee out. Steelers are out. I got the Ravens in. Steelers are just no good. The Pats, they're out. I don't like the only reason why I think you can have the Pats in is if you think Bill Belichick's going to turn like water into wine or something like that. Mac Jones is check down Charlie. Their best receiver is Devontae Parker. The running backs like James White retired. I don't really like Damien Harris is good, but I don't know about Ramondre Stevenson and stuff like that. Defense is okay. So I got Miami in. They're going to be a much better team. And then I've been debating this all day between the Raiders and Chiefs as far as out. I'm going to go Chiefs. I was really
wow.
Chiefs out. The Raiders are the better team. I was really banking on like Mahomes. He's got Schuster and stuff like that. I was really banking on him, but the Raiders are just a better team at this point. So I got the Chiefs out and then the Broncos in.
Interesting. Okay. Good stuff.
I didn't put this one down, but I think Cowboys are missing the playoffs this year. You can put Minnesota, the Saints, whoever in that spot. Philly's winning that.
Panthers.
That's a lock right there.
You want to get in on this Panthers action with me?
I like Baker Mayfield more than others, though.
Okay.
Last year, I think his shoulder injury really hurt him. I think this year he'll be a lot better.
Good stuff. I understand that too. I understand that too.
Like I don't think he's a scrub or anything like that. I just don't trust him.
He needs a year. He needs a year for his future, so, and I think he's got the opportunity to have it. I saw CJ. I saw Metcalf was on the injury report, but it looked like he practiced. So I guess there's probably not a major concern there. It's the Bills, huh?
We said
today.
Okay.
No. I said CJ McCaffrey, Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, okay.
Christian McCaffrey.
Damn, you already had a season like that.
I know. I mean, I look at Christian McCaffrey like George Kittle, like oof. Let's not do that now.
Yeah.
Let's not do that now.
Or let's do that now and just get it out the way so you can play the rest of the season.
It was interesting hearing Chris say, because I wondered if this was the approach that the 49ers would take when he was talking about George Kittle. Like, I'd be surprised if he played. He's not going to practice twice, clearly, because he didn't practice today. And why not just be a little extra cautious?
There's even like for me personally, let's just say worst case scenario, you lose week 1, but you sit Kittle. It's one part of the reason because you sit Kittle. I don't want to be like whatever, but we talked about the NFC. I don't think you're going to be stressed for getting wins to get into the NFC playoffs. Like, mind you, I'm not trying to give away a game, but what's more important to you? Making sure you play Kittle in this game at 60% and win, like almost, I don't want to say guarantee yourself a win, but you know what I mean? Give you that opportunity. Or how about this? See if you can steal one without Kittle and get him to 80 to 100% in week 2. Like, it's a no-brainer to me. No-brainer. I remembered what I was going to say, though. You want to hear it now? You want to do the Super Bowl and power rankings?
Oh, I'm ready to hear it.
All right. So I was thinking about, when we were talking to Chris, I was thinking about the whole Trey Lance thing and people not sure about him and you know, not thinking he's going to be good and all this other stuff. And I sat there and I said, do you know, like, let's just be real here. Let's just be real. I know, you know, we make our jokes and it's all good. It's fun. And you know, people don't like the Niners or whatever. I get all that. Do you know how bad Trey Lance would have to be to be worse than Jimmy Garoppolo and not be any good? Think about that for a second. Let's think about Jimmy Garoppolo. Once again, we're talking about a guy that I liked. I like Jimmy Garoppolo. Think he's a solid quarterback. You know how bad Trey Lance would have to be worse than Jimmy Garoppolo? Come on, man. Come on. And we're on top of real quick, then we're on top of that. Like, we're talking about we're talking like Nick Mullins. Like that's how bad we're talking. So all you people, you've seen Trey Lance in 2 games. You've seen the skill set. Things don't work out in the NFL all the time. I get all that. But you've seen the skill set. You've actually seen him in 2 games. And you right now you're telling me he's going to be as bad as Nick Mullins, because that's pretty much how bad he would have to be for them not to be any good.
I mean, ultimately what we're talking about is, you know, it's easy to say, well, eliminating mistakes. In the case of Jimmy Garoppolo at times last year, you're a first-year starter. You're probably not going to eliminate mistakes. You want to minimize mistakes. Mm-hmm. What you really want to eliminate is back-breaking mistakes.
Right.
Those are the mistakes. Sometimes Jimmy Garoppolo will make them. Sometimes the San Francisco 49ers would make them. And it didn't have anything to do with Jimmy Garoppolo or Nick Mullins or Trey Lance, who was ever under center. It would be just someone in a 49ers uniform. The team collectively eliminates backbreaking, which they did, to their credit, the second half of the season last year, eliminates those backbreaking mistakes, and Trey minimizes his. I don't see a situation where he's, you know, Jameis Winston 1-for-1 interception to touchdown ratio. Or, you know, I think Baker had a year where he was 22 touchdowns, 21 interceptions. I don't even think Kyle Shanahan would put him in a position where he could possibly do that.
No.
Exactly. He starts throwing the ball to the opposing team too many times. It's like, hey, get really accustomed to handing the ball to Elijah Mitchell and checking it down to one of a variety of players that we're going to have you check it down to.
Isn't that what we used to always say? Or I would always say, at the very least, Kyle would do to Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy would throw a pick and he'd be like, you're not throwing no more.
That's right.
Period.
That's right. That's right. You have lost your throwing privileges.
Next 10, 12 plays or whatever, just worry about handing it off.
Yeah.
And Kyle's just going to let Trey Lance just pick up. No, it's not going to happen that way. And our guy, Rich, he says Kenny is banking on Lance being as good as Jimmy, even though Lance has played 4 games in 4 years. He was as good as Jimmy in the game he played last year at the end of the season. He was as good. I remember specifically because you were spot on. We were on Sports Sunday that night, and you read his stat line and you saw what he did against that game against Texas, you're like, looks like Jimmy Garoppolo to me. Yes, you were right.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna do at least that. At least that. And that what they're hoping for, to be honest with you, is that he does more than that eventually, because that's what they're trying to, that's what they feel that he needs to get over the hump. They're hoping eventually he can do more than that. Can he? I don't know. We will all find out. But like I said, just everybody just think about it. And this is Jimmy Garoppolo. Like I said, I like him. I watched the games last night. I went back and watched the Bears game. I watched the Rams game on Monday Night Football. Jimmy Garoppolo, he was cool, but they ran the ball like 35 times in those games. That's how they dominated. And Jimmy would make passes like when he had 3rd and 3, he'd hit Kittle, for a 6-yarder or something like that. He didn't set the world on fire by any means. And you mean to tell me that Trey Lance is going to be worse than that? I find that hard to believe. I do.
What's very easy to believe, though, is you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, the real 98 Rock, ESPN 1320, driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We don't mention this enough, but big shout out to Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge for all the amazing work that they do here with us on ESPN 1320. And we were always live and free on the Odyssey app. We're available on Twitch and YouTube as well. Matt George is going to join us. Had a great conversation with Sac State head coach David Patrick. He'll be with us coming up in just a couple of minutes. Football is back. It is the Bills and the Rams tonight. Are you we were talking about in and out fringe teams, teams that could take a step up, teams that could take a step back. It's like a consensus number one with the Bills in these power rankings. Are you in on the Bills this year?
Yeah, I'm in on them being a championship contender. See, here's the thing, and we can go through this exercise if you want. This is a freestyle situation. Who do you really believe can win the championship this year?
Yeah, I'm grappling with that. I do believe
there's like 4 or 5 teams.
Bills.
The Bills.
Are you still in on the Rams? Do you think the Rams can do it?
I don't believe.
Okay, that's fine.
But listen. I don't believe they can, but I can see a scenario where the Rams win a Super Bowl. Absolutely. So I put them in that discussion. Bills, Rams,
49ers, Ravens,
Chiefs. I'll put the Chiefs in there.
That's funny. You want to tell everyone your Super Bowl prediction? We know it's San Francisco. We all know it's San Francisco. We don't have to play this game, but it's San Francisco against who?
We're trying to get our get back. We're running that thing back. Super Bowl 47. Beyonce might have to perform again.
Oh.
49ers, Ravens in the Super Bowl.
You and Chris Biderman.
It's real.
This time.
We ain't letting them off the hook this time. 49ers, Ravens is my Super Bowl prediction.
I feel like I can't pick 49ers given that. And I don't think that's a Homer Capaway pick. Especially since, Chris Biderman even asked, can I pick the 49ers? Because I think they're really good. For me, I'm not talking about winning the Super Bowl. Getting to the Super Bowl, I feel like it's the 49ers or the Rams. That's honest to God who I think it is.
I agree with you on that one.
And so you went 49ers, Ravens. I'd love that. I kind of think it might be, and I've tried to talk myself out of this, and I hope I don't get thrown out of the nation. I'm kind of leaning towards Rams Chiefs. And I've tried to talk myself out of the Chiefs. Like, man, they lost Tyreek Hill. They've lost some ball players, but still think very highly of Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, still think very highly of Andy Reid. And I kept this. You kind of do that. Okay, what's your first instinct? My first instinct was the Rams and the Chiefs. That was my first instinct, and then I tried to talk myself out of it. Like, hey, the 49ers, that's not a homer pick. Like, that's legit. Like, the 49ers have a chance to be in the Super Bowl this year.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of the Ravens. I really do like the Raiders. I can't.
Wizzo Max said, don't try and come back now. He said it. Wizzo Max says, nah, your Raider card revoked, big dog.
I get it. I get it. It was fun while it lasted.
Amy chimed in. D-Lo, get out.
It's a cold world.
Like, I
Put up 30.
Yeah, I don't think their defense is capable of like holding teams to 20 points or something like that. I think the Chiefs are gonna have to score at least 30 plus each game to, I guess, to do something this season.
Well, here's one of the things. Everything that I've seen and read says they have one of, if not the best offensive line in the game. And you give Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid time. Yeah, they'll find Juju. They'll find Travis. They'll find Hardman. They'll find what's the running back's name? It's escaping me right now. He's in two of my fantasy leagues. My running back, Edwards-Helaire. All right, man. That's the thing. If they can protect Patrick Mahomes, keep him upright, give him time, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. I wrestled with. I'll put it to you like this. I thought it was going to be a rematch one way or another. I said it was either going to be Ravens or Chiefs when I was mapping this whole thing.
Yeah.
End up going with the Ravens, but I absolutely could see the Chiefs get into the Super Bowl. And that's also from where I was 3 weeks ago until I really dove into this thing.
Yeah.
Nah, they're kind of nice.
I also saw who Aaron Donald was training with during the commercial break, and so
what'd you say, Jesse?
once I
no need.
Listen, you can tell all the Aaron Donald jokes you want, but what I will not accept is jokes about the great Dwayne Johnson.
So you want me to say that?
No, I no.
I don't know if that's frowned upon to say that or what.
Probably shouldn't. Let's not.
Yeah,
do
leave it be.
Kenny always trying to start stuff, sending stuff in the text, like, because he knows I'm going to respond to it. Like, he always does this. He did it last night.
Yeah, that's not right. That's sneaky. You trying to make me hit the dumb button on myself.
Even like I'm minding my own business at home. Kenny starts sending stuff in the text that he knows is going to fire me up. And I know Kenny was just he was just waiting for that alert. Damian Barling just tweeted. He was waiting. I know you was waiting. It's like,
man, I'll just be out here chilling, man. Come on now.
You ain't going to get me.
Drops a bomb right next to us. Like, here, I'll leave this here. You guys do what you want with this.
Yeah.
I was watching a video on Twitter, and they were like I'm sure this wasn't the case. They were like in New Jersey, like on the corner somewhere, and they started fighting, and the guy gets punched in the face. He staggers a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And reaches into his pocket, just pulls out a grenade, unplugs it, drops it on the ground.
That's you. That's you. That is 100% you.
I said what?
I think that's why Kenny. I think that's why Kenny sent that stuff in the chat because last night I didn't bite last night. I was watching the Republic. Republic wrapped up. Watched caught up on Kanan. Minding my own bit. And Kenny's like, "Oh, you're not gonna bite? Okay, I got you. Go ahead, try to hold back when I text you in the middle of the show."
Literally, hey, did you see this? Did you see this? Right
hey, I didn't
you
make
an instigator, bro.
I didn't instigate it. I didn't do it. I'm just reporting the news.
Well, thank God there's a local sports station that'll cover the 49ers and Raiders.
That was a throwback by Kenny, by the way.
Yeah, it kind of was.
It's just
it didn't hit.
Playing a little groundwork.
Really, yeah.
Throwaway.
Real quick, I'll be different here. With power rankings dropping all over the place. Mm-hmm. I'm going to put the Rams at 1 because the Rams are the defending Super Bowl champions. I'll put the Bills at second, but the Rams are number one. Just real quick, meaningless power rankings before the season starts. I got the Rams at number one, Bills, Chiefs at 3, the 49ers at 4. These positions can be lost. Absolutely. By the way, I've got the Bucks at 5, the Raiders at 6. I put the Packers at 7. These positions can be lost. I've got the Bengals at 8, the Ravens at 9, and the Broncos at 10.
All right. Well,
I'm expecting a great deal of movement in those power rankings over the next coming weeks.
Probably. To start the season, before week 1, my power rankings are the Bills at 1. Man, what a 180 this is. The Chiefs at 2.
Wow.
Rams at 3. 49ers at 4. Chargers at 5. Bucks at 6. Ravens 7. Eagles 8. Packers 9.
Okay.
And look here. All my people. Raiders at 10.
Don't try to kiss up to us now.
They're a top 10. Well, don't say us. They've kicked you out already.
Yeah, they did kick me out. It didn't last long. It was fun while it lasted. For sure. I hate that it was short-lived. We'll come back. The Bucks are losing week 1.
They might. I can't. Who I got on my pick?
I went Cowboys week 1. I went Cowboys. Cowboys are beating the Bucks.
Yeah, I had the Cowboys too.
We'll come back. Matt George joins us, of course, ABC 10, Locked On Kings. We'll talk a little bit about the Republic. We'll get his Super Bowl prediction, and we'll talk about his conversation with David Patrick as well. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, he is. I think he's out for like 4 weeks. On the sidelines right now, there goes the Brahma Bull on the TV screen right now. Talking to Terry Bradshaw.
Oh, jeez. What channel is the game on tonight?
NBC.
Fox? Oh, NBC.
I'm on NFL Network right now.
Oh, okay.
Damn. We got to get Jesse an iPad at least. I think they got 3 off.
Let me shut my door real quick. Hang on.
Ravens. They got the Ravens in the Super Bowl. I'm with you. I mean, I feel like if they stay healthy, man, which is a big if because somebody always gets hurt. But right. That's dangerous because you know what happens when we ask our teams to be just average. They can't even do that. Yeah. Yes, as I agree with what you said, Damien. Like in the NFC, as much as I talked about the Rams earlier and gave a case, I only see them in the 49ers in the NFC.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 teams I think they're the best 2 teams in the conference.
Shout out to those faithful 11. Matt George.
What up?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. D'Lo, I'd like to officially say thank you for spending a little bit of time in the nation, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. It was nice to have you here for a hot second, but picking the Chiefs, it's just shoot. Go ahead. Go back to the Cowboys. Go back to the Cowboys.
You know what? Because I remember how it was. It's that fake hate. Because when the Niners and the Chiefs were playing in the Super Bowl, who were most Raider fans going for?
Niners.
Cap.
Oh, I was going hard Niners. I'm speaking for myself. I was going hard Niners. I can't speak for the nation. I'm speaking for me. I was going hard Niners. And honestly, I might get kicked out of the nation for going hard Niners this year too.
Who is it? Who's the gatekeeper here? Chester. You heard him. You heard him. Let's see what he needs to stay in though.
I'm not saying I'm a Niners fan. I just think the Niners are going to be real good this year. But I'm never going to pick.
Well, no,
David, you don't get to decide, David. David, you don't get to decide. You trash me on Twitter all the time. You don't get to decide, David. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, that can't be true. Dr. David loves you. That can't.
Oh, I got receipts. I got receipts, David. I'm just waiting. One day.
Technically, tonight's not Thursday night football, though, Alfonso. Technically, it's.
Yeah, their first game is next week,
but it's not Thursday night football.
It's gonna be a great one too. Chargers Chiefs to start off Thursday night football. They ain't playing. But Alfonso, you saw it too. You saw it. You saw it. You saw the same thing Matt saw, huh? I didn't see it. Maybe it was just Jason Jones.
That's what I was looking for.
That year I had a Super Bowl party at my house, and we even donned some Niners decorations. Not my choice, but we did.
Okay, you're digging your grave right now, bro. Like
I'm honest. I'm real. I'm not fake. I'm honest. They were down by the end of the game.
What was that? What was that, Jesse? Yeah, Matt George just dropped an equivalent of OK Lake Show.
No, come on, don't put that on me. That's the next level that I will never cross. I told my wife she could not do her favorite color is yellow. My favorite color is purple. She wanted to do yellow and purple flowers out front of the house. I said no.
Oh
absolutely
my!
Not. What happened?
Oh my!
That combo does not exist. What are you laughing about? Shut up over there.
We're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. We appreciate you so very much for being with us. We appreciate Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, for being with us as well. Of course, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. The man does everything.
Everywhere.
You got a Super Bowl pick?
I do have a Super Bowl pick. I'm pick. So my heart is Niners Raiders, which actually seems somewhat possible this year. My brain actually is Niners Bills, but I think the Niners are making the Super Bowl this year.
Okay.
Not rooting for them to make the Super Bowl, nation. I'm just saying, I think Niners are making the Super Bowl. I think they're really, really good. And I think Trey Young has more than enough to back up Trey Lance.
Trey Young definitely has more than enough to.
Trey Young's a really good
Trey Young will be a captain on this team.
Trey Lance. I actually said Trey Lyles too before, which is really bad.
My.
Trey Lance has enough behind him to where when he makes mistakes, not if, but when he makes mistakes, they're going to back him up. His defense is going to get a pick right back for him. I know it.
Niners Raiders Super Bowl. I couldn't handle it. I'm gonna tell you right now, I couldn't handle it. It'd be too much.
That's cap. That's so Kenny would be on rooftops in Sacramento shouting obscenities about anybody wearing black. You would be talking so much, Kenny Caraway.
No, I actually wouldn't, because if we won, I'd be talking crazy. Yeah, but like leading up and during the game, I don't know. I'd probably black out. Like that would be too stressful. Niners Raiders would be too stressful. I honestly don't think I ever. No, I shouldn't say that. If the Niners win like 3 Super Bowls in 5 years and we're like secure, all right, then we could play the Raiders because it won't mean as much. But in this situation, needing 6 because I want 6. That'd be too much. I couldn't handle it.
Is that fear speaking, Kenny Caraway? Fear that the Raiders would actually top the Niners?
I mean, they might. It's a 1-game situation. Anything could happen. We saw last year in the NFC Championship game. The Niners beat the hell out of the Rams for decades. And they got the one that they needed to get.
Kenny's August vacation would be in February. I'm gonna take my 2 weeks now. I'm back.
Have you made a decision, KC, on January 1st game? You going?
I don't know, man. It's looking like it's looking about 80-20 I stay. About 80-20 I stay.
Are they sending you? Are you going?
I wish. Probably not. I opened up the ticket prices with the intention of it being 50-50, and it became 99-1 real quick.
Before we get into your conversation with David Patrick, which I encourage everyone to go listen to, Sac State basketball might be the hottest thing in town in the coming weeks. You had that on the Locked On Kings podcast. Really good stuff. You are when I consider you a Republic reporter as good as anyone else out there. Any final words on the summer of the Republic that wrapped up last night in Orlando after Orlando obviously cheated?
Yeah, well, absolutely, they did cheat, just like 2002. And here's the thing: the refs were in on it too. And I know you guys were talking about earlier this week that the refs that it's not a conspiracy. No, somehow it was a conspiracy. I think I saw.
Yeah, this is different. This
is absolutely different. I'm all in on this.
I saw Shaquille O'Neal in Orlando. I saw it. I saw Kobe Bryant, rest in peace, come down and elbow a Republic player in the.
I think I saw Earl Hepner there. So I don't know if y'all can confirm. I think I saw Earl Hepner and Shawn Michaels there.
No, like they were talking about it on the ESPN broadcast before the match, and I know maybe some Republic fans weren't too happy with what they said, but in reality, what they said was accurate. That it didn't have any effect on the match, and like it wasn't going to really have any effect on the match. It's not like someone stealing an NFL playbook. Like you're looking at training, and you're kind of getting ideas of what the Republic want to do, but everybody knows what the Republic wanted to do in that match. It was sit back, defend, try and withstand, counterattack with their speed of Malik Foster up front. And see if they could win that way. Same way they played against Kansas City. Same way they played against LA. They just happened to score early in that game. So the only takeaway from that match that I have is this. It's that Sacramento playing in a venue like that should not be, or it should be the norm. Like they're built for that stage. They're built for that stage. And I tweeted this out, and I absolutely will say it again here. The Republic beating 3 MLS squads to get to the final, that should be a normal month for Sacramento. Sacramento could go to the MLS right now and could beat 3 MLS teams in a month. Like it could be the norm for this group. And we can talk about salaries and in comparisons to that and the MLS payroll versus Sacramento payroll. Regardless, like Republic did themselves proud regardless of the result. And 3-0 is not an accurate final score of what that match was at all. Unfortunately, a costly mistake kind of started the downward spiral for the Republic at the end. But like I agree 100% with what Mark Briggs was saying. He was caught on video afterwards telling the guys to keep their heads up, that he was proud of them. Like a 3, you don't see a lot of managers taking a team aside after a 3-0 defeat when it was in some ways self-inflicted and say, I'm proud of you. But it was correct. Like the Republic absolutely showed that they belong again. They've showed that they belong time and time again. So what's crazy is like you see a lower division making it to the final against an upper division squad, and people say this may never happen again. It could absolutely happen next year for the Republic. Like if the Republic stay in the USL, there's always a threat of them going this far. And to be honest, they're not the only USL club that's a threat of going this far. There's a lot of talent in the USL, and I'm glad that was at least showcased to this point.
Yeah, the part of the speech they didn't catch, Kenny, was straighten up, fellas. We got a match on Saturday.
That's a good point, too. We still got a long way to go. We got playoffs.
We got business ahead of us, guys.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No, I just so much enjoyed the ride that they took us on this summer. And, you know, them winning those games against the MLS opponents. And I just thought it was dope, man. It created so many more new fans here in Sacramento, and this is definitely a place where they already were. Matt, you've been there since day one. We already know what it is, but you've added so many more people that are going to be behind this team for forever. Like this is part of the landscape now. It's not just, oh, we got a cool little team or whatever. No, Sacramento Republic are part of the Sacramento sports landscape for forever.
Absolutely. And I like what Rodrigo Lopez said. He said in his pregame press conference, he answered a question about it. He said he thought that the Republic kind of reawoke the Sacramento sports scene a little bit. And some could interpret that as a shot at other organizations in Sacramento. I don't interpret it that way at all. Like Sacramento had a team that made a magical run like this, were more than capable of actually winning it. It was an underdog story, but there was never the thought going into that match that Sacramento didn't have a good chance, not just a chance. They had a good chance to win this match going into it. Like, and Orlando showed them a lot of respect. The MLS at least sides have shown them a lot of respect throughout this entire run. So I agree. Like, I think there are a lot of Sacramento Republic fans that were there at the beginning that things kind of petered out. I know a lot of fans were disappointed and their club lost a lot of momentum with the combination of MLS falling through and the pandemic. Like it's been rough. And the last couple of years, to be honest with you, the Republic have not performed up to the level that they thought they were capable of. This year, they're fourth in the Western Conference, I believe. They're right in the mix. There are some really, really, really good teams in the West. And the difference is like that 2014 inaugural championship is massive for this club, and they should definitely be proud of that forever. But in addition to that, like the USL has improved so much from that time. Like so much from 2014 to today, to where Sacramento is a really good side, and there are probably 4 or 5 clubs that should Sacramento face them either in the finals or in the playoffs, that the Sacramento Republic would still be the underdog even after this cup run. So I think that speaks to how the game continues to grow, not just in Sacramento, but grows in the United States. And on top of that too, like paying attention to the Sacramento Academy system has been a lot of fun over the years too, because Sacramento is a farm. Northern California is a farm for soccer talent. And we just keep hearing these names and seeing these names go further and further. So, I mean, I think Sacramento's in its own version of a renaissance, and I hope the club continues to build towards the stadium. Hope the club continues to build towards more USL trophies. And again, next year, the expectation, not the dream, the expectation should be another deep run. Maybe not a finals run, but a deep run in the U.S. Open Cup for Sacramento.
Matt George, ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast with us here on ESPN at 1320. I'm a big Mike Brown fan, and it seems like the hottest first-year coach in Sacramento is actually at Sac State. You could sense, like, from the moment David Patrick was named the head coach, there was a buzz from NBA players, from people in NBA circles. And after listening to your 30-minute and some change conversation with him on the latest edition of Locked On Kings, it is very clear why that man is so respected.
Absolutely. Like I was already a little bit of a fan, but I didn't know too much about him other than what I'd read, like on his bio on Sac State, and you see the names that have endorsed that hire. If you go onto his Sac State bio, just Google David Patrick Sac State, go to his bio page, scroll down to the bottom. There's players and names in the NBA they have quotes of the excitement they have for him being hired at Sac State, and it's amazing. Like just to see some of the names. In addition to that, I think he mentioned, and I could be misspeaking, but I think this is his second head coach job, which is pretty impressive too. So he's been in basketball for a long time, but he's not this massively well-known head coach. He's just grinded his way to this point. But I saw him during summer league training camp. He was sitting next to Mike Brown. They're having a very engaged conversation. I even told Coach Patrick on the interview or in the podcast, like, I really wish I could have mic'd up you two in that moment just to hear what the conversations were happening. And from that point, I was like, I would love to have Coach Patrick on the show, not just to talk about his program, but to talk about his connection with Mike Brown, his history with Brown, his history with Monty McNair. They worked together when they were with the Houston Rockets. And for someone to come on who is a head coach of a respected program like Sacramento State basketball, to come on and to spend 15 minutes, half of the interview talking about not even his own team. Like, he talked about his thoughts on the Sacramento Kings, his thoughts on Mike Brown, Monty McNair, what the Kings are doing, gave a lot of really good coaching philosophy on how to implement change, like early on, what you can really enforce and what you kind of have to adapt to with your rosters and things like that. Like, that was really special. And then, of course, we talked about Sac State hoops as well, but I'm a huge fan of David Patrick.
Yeah, I'm excited for Sac State basketball, man, and what he's been able to do in his short time here, the transfers that he's been able to get, and just the culture, it seems, that he's starting to create over there at Sac State. And I feel like Sacramento is a place that if Sac State is good or does create some type of buzz, like, this city will fall in love with it. This is a basketball town, and they already show love for Sac State football and what they do. But I feel like the basketball buzz might even be bigger, possibly, if David Patrick is able to get these guys on track.
Absolutely. And then, like, even with UC Davis, with Jim Les and what they're doing over there, like, they're not too far removed from when they made that tournament run. So, like, that's a really good program over there too. I think the Causeway Classic this year is going to be incredible. And then I attended, this is different from hoops, but I attended my first Sac State football game in years covering it. And it was their opener against Utah Tech, and they absolutely blew Utah Tech out of the water, which was to be expected, but they won the Big Sky Championship last year. So like Sac State, Sacramento sports, man, they're doing really good things. And I mean, I'm just excited now to be in a position at ABC 10 to be able to be paid, honestly, to pay more attention to that kind of stuff. And I'm going to be a frequent at Sac State basketball games, at UC Davis basketball games, man. That Causeway Classic game, both for football and basketball this year, is going to be nuts.
Hey, man, it ain't real, though, if the Kings don't tweet Sac State basketball, though.
Yeah, that's true. Fire your shots. Fire your shots now. I mean, I was thinking about tweeting this out too, but I didn't because I didn't want to get involved. Like, I was like, who are you arguing with? Like, are you yelling at yourself in the mirror? Like, y'all the same people. You're taking shots at the Kings. You're just taking shots at the team you love too. Like, Sac Republic fans are Sacramento Kings fans. Not all of them, but most of them. You're all the same people.
Never thought about the Kings last night. That's just the craziest part. Never, not once watching that game did I think about the Kings.
The Kings haven't tweeted about the Republic. Man, they must hate Sacramento. That's really what this boils down to. Vivek hates Sacramento. That's what it is. Vivek sees a winner and he can't handle it. That was definitely the wildest part of last night. By far, the wildest part of last night is that ridiculousness that happened on Twitter. And Matt, you point out how great it is to be at ABC 10. Most people don't know this. Matt started like the first 10 years of his career not getting paid. So the fact that he's now getting paid through ABC 10 is a big plus to cover all of these sports. And on top of that, Matt, we've got kickoff like hours away of the NFL season. We've got more Republic soccer. Like, don't forget that at Hart Health Park on Saturday. Dude, we're 2 weeks and a couple of days away from the start of Kings training camp.
I don't know whether to be ashamed or disappointed that one of the A's or Giants aren't good, or relieved that one of them aren't good, so I can at least focus on other areas and not pay as much attention to baseball. Like, if the Giants were making the run that they did last year during this season right now, my head would be exploding, but that's kind of part of the job. Plus the high school football scene too is popping off, and being able to pay attention to a lot of high school football this year has been nuts. Although, like, I'm seeing this story that happened. I don't know if you guys saw, like, the Del Oro high school football player, like, got into like a comatose state or something like that. I read, I think Joe Davidson was tweeting out about it, like after practicing in 115 degrees. And look, I was at West Point High School. I think that's what it's called. It's a new high school, relatively new, in Roseville, covering a practice because they're going to be our game of the week on ABC 10, taking on Tokay. They're both undefeated. And I was out there on turf. Their stadium has no shade whatsoever. And it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I will say the coaches did a very good job of enforcing as much mandatory water breaks as they could. But I was in a dress shirt and pants, and within minutes I was soaked, and I had to leave earlier than I intended to because my camera got overheated and would not turn on. So it was nuts. It was
that was terrible.
That's just not okay. You can't like, I don't care how many water breaks you're enforcing. You could shout out to my Rockland Thunder, by the way, who did practice the last 2 days at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Move your practices.
Yeah.
These kids out here in 113 degree heat. Oh, go get some water. No, move your freaking practice, coach. What are you doing?
Yep.
I will say though, I'm a little concerned because Friday night, most teams are pushing kickoffs back to like 8 o'clock. And even then, Friday night, 8 o'clock, still going to be 90 degrees. At least the sun's down, and maybe there's a little bit of that Delta breeze, but boy, like they're warriors out there, man, working in that heat. So
I don't know if they how easy it is to do this, and it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. But I mean, for this particular week, they should move these games to Saturday. I mean, there's a drastic difference between the weather predicted on Friday and Saturday. Just move the games to Saturday.
And there's been a lot of games being moved to Thursday too because of the referee shortage, which I think is actually a plus. Like, I've been able to get to more games now, going to really good matchups on Thursday, really good matchups on Friday. I think Rockland played last Thursday. We were able to get out to that. Or no, a couple Thursdays ago.
Yeah, Rockland played last. Their game got moved because of the referee shortage and because of heat. It got they played, I think, at 10 a.m. Saturday morning.
That's what it was. Yeah, and then the week before, I think they played on a Thursday. There was a Wood Creek Whitney game that was played on a Thursday, and I mean, I think it's a bummer maybe for some of the students who look forward to the Friday night and not having to worry about class the next day. But for someone like me,
time, yeah,
for the football.
Yeah, y'all got time. Like, don't worry about it. Let's worry about your brothers out there in uniform before we get too upset about missing a game.
Real quick, I just want to say, because Matt was talking about everything that was going on. Damian was talking about everything that's going on here. Busy time for Matt. I did see, and this is no shade. I'm just reporting the facts. This is all I'm doing. I did see the A's were eliminated from playoff contention yesterday.
We did it.
First team eliminated.
And the graphic they put up was of Stomper the elephant. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. A's are eliminated. Here's their mascot that no one knows.
That's tremendous. That is weird.
I think Stomper was giving the thumbs up too. Like, hey, we suck. Come to Oakland. We're trying to go to Vegas.
Shout out to the Nationals, because I think they got eliminated too. So
wow,
not alone.
Giants aren't far behind. Don't worry.
It's the A's and the Nationals. They've been eliminated. Oh boy, the Giants really have. Oh, yikes! All right.
Yeah, it's a done deal out here, man.
All right. Hey, football starts tonight, man. Football starts tonight, and basketball it's right around the corner. Are you a Euro Cup FIBA international play guy? Are you locked into that stuff?
I'm no Brendan Nunez. I'm doing my best. I'm actually learning a lot through what Brendan is providing, truth be told. I'm watching highlights and I look up numbers like when I wake up, or if I know a game is on, I'll pay attention a little bit. But to be honest with you, no. With everything else going on, like if I have a minute to not pay attention to sports, I'm there. I'm in.
I'm not big. I just tune it. Did Sabonis get hurt last night? No. Cool. Let's keep it moving. All I care about is everybody healthy. Yep. All right. Cool. Let's keep it moving. By the way, I feel like we should give Matt his due. We should follow up on this. Matt joined us in some rather unique attire last week. In case he was going to get style tips from Chime Monecki. And we put that clip out there into the Twitter world, and I was a bit surprised by the response we got.
Yeah, it was. I told you it was fresh. I told you it was.
I just want to be clear. He had a tie tied around his head,
and that's next thing you know, Matt George is gonna have the paper towel wrapped around his head too. That's how we do it.
Chime Monecki said he's going to have to take style tips from Matt George. That's where we are right now.
It's a good thing nobody lies on social media and everybody's straightforward and truthful, because I take that for every bit of what it's worth.
As straight and truthful as Doug Gottlieb.
Ooh, well, yikes.
What do you? I like. Do you think Chime is going to make the roster?
Yes, I do.
I don't want to take this happy moment and ruin it, but like, there's going to be some. There's going to be some tough calls, towards the end of training camp. These are guys that we like, all of these guys, but there are probably some guys that they're just not going to make it.
Yeah, from what I understand from conversations that I've had, and we've seen pictures of, like, Chima's been there working out. We've seen Davion, which is nothing new. Davion basically lives in the gym. You've seen Kayvon. He's been out working. De'Aaron's been in there as well. Like, there's a lot of guys out there that are working. And from conversations that I've had, I've been told that everybody's been really impressed with Chima to this point. Like, really happy with how he's been playing. Now, of course, training camp is a different beast when that comes. But I think Chima absolutely does have a really good chance to make the roster. I've also been told that Matthew Dellavedova hasn't looked as good as maybe they were hoping. But that could just be him working off the rust here early in summer. Again, these are all pre training camp things, and Dellavedova's trying to get himself back into like that NBA style. So that'd be something to pay attention to. Even though I mean, even before hearing that information, though, I thought that was going to be Quinn Cook's spot. If they do bring a third point guard in, I think it's Quinn Cook's spot to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Delly, he's got an uphill battle. You know what I mean? He's been out of the game, 2 years, 3 years? Out of the NBA.
Might have an over the hill battle.
Right. I mean, I know, and I'm not even a professional athlete. Like, it's at some point, it's just I can't get up and down the court the way I used to. I'm trying, I'm working on it, but it's not the same way. So, I don't have any issue with Delly if he was able to put it together to be on the team. Cool, but it just seems like a tough spot for him.
I see some people in the chatty house too asking about Okpala. I haven't heard much about Okpala to this point, to be honest with you. Although, from what I understand, at least what I've been told, if there was one that was a little more of like a developmental project than the other, Okpala was more of a developmental project than Maneki, from as far as I understand. But I'm not saying one is leagues ahead or behind of the other. Both are going to be fighting to really develop into hopefully NBA rotational players. But as far as right now, if one were more likely over the other, as far as I understand, Maneki is more likely than Okpala, but that could change in an instant.
But that kind of feels like the case, though. Like you referenced it with Delhi and Quinn Cook. Like it felt like when they started bringing, a handful of more guys in, it became like, okay, there's like legitimate. We talk about roster battles. Like there's legit. I would say we talk about position battles. There's legit roster battles here as to where some of these guys just aren't going to make the cut. And I think when, Quinn Cook came in, Matthew Dellavedova, these different guys, and it's like, okay, now you start cutting this roster down a little bit. One of those guys will make it. And we thought the same thing with, I think when Kent Bazemore came in, it's probably like, okay, Okpala or Chime Moneki. Like you're not going to have all of these guys back. Like that's what we were talking about a minute ago. Some of these guys we've spent time talking about, they're just not going to make the roster.
I do know that Mike Brown, he's a fan of both Maneki and Okpala from the time with the Nigerian team, but I think I remember reading, and I have to look it back up, but when the Kings initially signed Okpala or brought him in, I tracked down Brown saying something about he thinks he could be develop into like a defensive player of the year type candidate. So I know there's a love for KZ's ability on the defensive end of the floor, which may be how he works his way in. If he just comes into training camp and puts his head down and shows that he can be at times like, hey, we need to put you in at the end of the second quarter here, one final possession to guard this guy and get a stop. Like maybe that's a role that he can carve out for himself and then develop the offensive game alongside it. But I don't know, it's just one of many storylines in training camp that I'm very eager to pay attention to.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that plays out, because that's going to be a test for my theory that you can find. People are always stressed out about, getting a three, getting a small forward, all this other stuff. And I just feel like you can find these type of guys all over the place. Okpala being that type of guy. Like you can find him, you know what I mean? And find a guy that's 6'6", 6'7", that can just be a defensive guy on the wing, because that's what you're looking for. Obviously, you're hoping for a 3-and-D type guy, but now those guys are a little harder to find. But if you need somebody to spell your starting small forward and give solid minutes and work hard, I feel like you can find those guys rather easily. But we'll see. These are the type of guys I'm talking about, and we'll see if they're able to stick in the league or not.
One of the questions that I've been thinking about, and I'll throw it out to you guys too, is looking at all the players who are returning this season, who are part of the roster by the end of last season. Are any of them at risk of not making it? And I think about the very end of the roster. I think about guys like Alex Len, about maybe, I don't know if it's fair to say Chimezie Metu's towards the end, but Chimezie Metu. And I don't know if any of those guys are at risk of losing their spot unless they just show up and are completely out of shape, which is not going to happen because both of them are playing in FIBA as far as I understand. So I don't think it's where you have to think about how many spots are available too. Even if the Kings do have a lot of new names and new faces and are trying to be a new team, there are a lot of returners from last season that are, I think, set or almost guaranteed to make the roster.
Yeah, Chimezie's an interesting one to discuss. I think Alex Len is too, though. I think there's probably a place for Alex Len. I've always been I'll keep the same energy. I'd really like to see Keita be on the main roster.
Yeah.
Kenny's always, we're at the point in the offseason we're repeating stuff. Like, I understand that, but Kenny makes the point of Keita, get the work in Stockton, because that's what you need most is the work. Get the work up here, but be here. Like be here, be on the roster. I'd like to see him get that Alex Len spot. It is a minimal spot, and I understand that. And I understand the argument for keeping Alex Len when you could do something else with Neemias Queta, but that's the one I find most interesting.
So you like the idea of converting his two-way into a full contract, getting Len's spot, and then maybe getting whoever between Maneke and Okpala who doesn't make it, giving them that two-way spot potentially. That's maybe an option.
Yeah. I just want to see Neemias Queta. Like, if you have moments, and we know they'll be there for good or for bad, but sometimes more often for bad, that the game is, a certain direction late. Yo, let's rock with Neemias Queta. Or, we need a bigger body. We need some energy. We need something. You kind of know what Alex Lynn is. You know what he can do. And if Mike Brown needs that, cool. Run with it. I want to see Neemias Queta, though.
This sounds weird too, and I'm almost excited about the lack of projects. And what I mean by that is like Maneki, Okpala, Queta, Keon Ellis, like these guys are developmental projects for the team that they believe could have a possibility of being something in the future. But those guys aren't taking spots 14, 13, and 12. Like it's going to be 14 and 15 or 15 and two-way spots. Like that to me is exciting versus years past, because 1 through 5 is pretty much set, I think. Definitely 1 through 7, I think, is definitely set. And then 8 and 9 are guys that are going to be playing consistently. Those 2 spots are up to grabs. Even 10 could make a case for it. And then 11 and 12 are also guys that are like, okay, we're ready to go when you need us, so we can come in and keep the ball rolling too. Like, the depth is something that's really exciting about this team this year. And I know I've said that in years past and been proved absolutely a fool. So we'll have to wait and see when they actually start playing games. But the fact that there's not 2 second-round picks that are not two-way contracts but are holding spots 14 and 15, that's exciting to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. That's a good question, though, about who's on the roster that might be in danger of not making it. And we talk about Freeport. I like Freeport. But he's got to show something in this training camp. He's got to show something in this preseason. And he's got to show that he's worked on his game and he's added different dimensions to his game, and he understands the game on a different level. And maybe with Mike Brown, there's somebody that he's familiar with. There's a level of comfort there that he's able to do things that we didn't see him do much last year. But that's one guy that I'm looking at. I'll be honest with you. I may be biased. I'm rooting for him because I like him. I want it to happen. But if I'm being transparent, I mean, I think he's one of the guys you got to look at and see if, man, can we use that roster spot? Because now you've got Keegan Murray there, and I think Trey Lyles is better than Chimezie Metu right now for what they're trying to do. So he's going to have to step his game up in training camp.
I think floor spacing is a massive thing for him shooting, and he's a 30% 3-point shooter for his career, shot 30% from 3-point range last season. The question is, though, like, what if you could pencil in a 3-point percentage? Like, you could say this is the percentage that he is going to have this season. Like, what is the lowest you could pencil in to say, yeah, he absolutely gets a roster spot? Is it like 34, 35%? Yeah.
I'd say my first thought was 35.
Yeah.
My first thought.
That's what I was thinking too. Because I think if Metu could develop more consistent of a 3-point shot, because he hits them every once in a while, but also missed a fair few. And I like the volume at which he was taking them, because a lot of them he was shooting good shots.
That's what I was about to ask you. Does he need to cut back on the number of shots that he takes from back there?
Yes, but also I thought a lot of the shots that he got were in rhythm. I think a lot of the shots that he got were going to be shots that he's going to get, and a lot of players are going to get just for the amount of attention that Sabonis and Fox are going to draw. So corner threes, if Chimezie can make that a specialty of his, like that's valuable for Sacramento.
Yeah, if they fall, like,
yeah,
I don't know if he's the caliber. You framed it perfectly, Matt. If he can make that, if that becomes a weapon, if that becomes something that the Kings can utilize, man, absolutely. I just think there were times we'd come in, it's like, yo, I know you do the same thing on Locked On. Like, I'm sorry, Freeport was 1 of 8 from 3. Green light to shoot 8 3-pointers. I don't care what kind of rhythm he was in. Pass the ball, Chimezie.
That was a consistent issue throughout this roster, though. Like, there were a lot of guys that would just chuck up threes. Like when Justin Holiday came to town, he did it. Dante DiVincenzo, to some extent, he did it. We all know Buddy Hield did it while he was here, and he was straight enabled to by Luke Walton before Luke was dismissed. Like, there's like that was I think that was more of a roster-wide like enablement problem than it was. And
it was an organizational issue.
Chimezie's at the end of the season go, well, hell, everybody's doing it. I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna get my numbers up to 32%. Nope.
Yeah, that's one, and I like what you talked about as well, Damian, with Alex Lynn. Because I don't know if they were able to keep, some of those guys at the 3 and the 4 spot. Do you think that's enough to kind of put to rest the concern of not having enough wing defenders? If they were able to keep some of those guys, the Bazemores, the Akpalas, is that enough for you, Matt?
I don't know. The way I would answer it is this: like, I think Kent Bazemore is number 10 right now, and I mean he's number 10 because if it's a depth chart and I'm looking at my backup 3 behind Harrison Barnes, it's at this point Kent Bazemore. But I also don't think the Kings are running a 10-man rotation. Like, I think it's some combination of, it's going to be Fox, Herter / Monk, and whatever doesn't start will be 6th or 7th man off the bench. It's Barnes, it's hopefully Keegan Murray or Trey Lyles. So again, whoever doesn't play will come off the bench, and it's Domantas Sabonis. Then you add Davion Mitchell and you add Rashawn Holmes to that. There's your 9. Like those 9 are set. I don't know how anybody creeps into those 9. 10, I think, is Kent Bazemore at this point, and maybe that's a spot that is up for grabs for a Chimezie Metu. It's up for grabs for a and maybe Trey Lyles is not that good, and maybe he gets that spot taken from him, although I think Trey Lyles is going to be a consistent part of the rotation nightly. Maybe that's a spot that KZ Okpala or Chima Maneke can get into. I think Keon Ellis should also look at this opportunity and go, this team needs someone like me. If I could consistently become an NBA scoring threat defensively, the Kings are in need of Keon Ellis. That's why I think he and his agent decided to sign with the Kings after the draft, because he knows I got opportunity here. So I don't think it's fair to say a two-way player is by the end of the season in his first rookie season going to be in a part of the rotation, but I don't think it's out of left field for Keon Ellis to become the next Damian Jones or the next Chimezie Metu and work his way to a full-time spot, to where now maybe next offseason, next training camp, we're like, okay, maybe Keon Ellis can be that wing depth that Sacramento always needs.
Right.
Yeah, he'll be a guy I'll be anxious to watch him in Stockton and watch how his development goes. And I think you're right about Kent Bazemore, though, because Kevin Herter, I think, is going to – you talk about the depth charts. Kevin Herter, whether he's the starting 2 or not, he's probably the backup 3. Yeah. And then there's Kent Bazemore after that. Yeah. And then you're kind of juggling things around and kind of figuring out. Hopefully, my biggest hope, and I know we've echoed this, no going into game 1. Have a training camp and a preseason good enough to where you just said pretty definitively, I feel like this 9 is impenetrable. I absolutely need Mike Brown to believe that too when the season starts. Like, y'all over here at 11 and 12 and 13, y'all got work to do. We've got work. This is my rotation. This is how I see this. And I just 5th game of the season here with the 4th starting lineup. Like, oh man, let's not do that.
No, absolutely not. I agree with that completely too. And I will say this, like, I'm very interested to see also what Keegan Murray looks like at the 3, because I think he's going to get opportunity at that spot, depending upon what the Kings try to do with Trey Lyles and where he fits into things too. Because we know Harrison can move down to the 4 if he needs to. I don't think Keegan is a 3, but I want to see what it looks like. And defensively, if he's getting torched, then we know. I'm not worried about offense. Defense is what I'm worried about, and that's what Mike Brown's focus is. So we'll know pretty quickly if Keegan can play the 3 defensively or not in Mike Brown's system.
We know you're interested in Keegan Murray, Matthew. Stop it.
Hey, his NBA 2K rating is shambles. It's going to be in the 80s by the end of the season.
It's going to be wild when it gets to 99 in 2 years.
Absolutely.
Matt George, ABC 10, Locked on Kings. Thanks so much for being with us as always. That is directed at Matt. That's directed at all of you. Thanks to Olivia Christian and Chris Biderman for being with us as well. Let's go watch football.
Woo!
Yes. We'll be back with our first 49ers Friday tomorrow here. AC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, on Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
I love the Niners.
That's a wrap.
Change your name to Saran because it's a wrap.
Question for Jesse. Jesse, do you wait for Kenny's whatever dumb one-liner that he has at the end of the show or to hit the button, or do you just fire the button off and it's Kenny's job to get it in?
Everybody waits with bated breath. What is it going to be today?
He waits. Every once in a while he forgets, but he waits. He knows it's coming.
I would cut Kenny off accidentally 4 out of the 5 days a week.
What if you missed the time when I said I love Matt George?
You'd never say that though. That's why I'm cutting it off.
I know that with what?
I will say too, completely unrelated. Hard Knocks got me this year. Like I'm such a Detroit Lions fan this year.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks. Although I was disappointed with the last episode because they always show the cuts and those are rough, like those cuts meetings. And I thought like the players that they showed absolutely like they handled it really, really well. I wanted to see Rodrigo getting told he made the team. I wanted to see the guys getting told that they made it. Like that's the reaction I wanted to see, the genuine happiness, because it was just they would show them and the narrator would go, "This guy made the team." I'm like, well, damn it! Like I don't want to see Rodrigo buying cowboy clothes. I want to see him finding out that his dream came true. Like what the hell? Sorry, that's my Hard Knocks rant for the day.
Jesse, you got to disconnect. Okay. Yep. Hang on, guys. You can tweet that whenever you want. I'm a little pissed off at them. So yeah, you can tweet that whenever you want. Okay. Thanks, bro.
Take care, Jesse.
See you, Jesse.
Oh man. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. You're off today.
I am. I'm gonna go pick up my kiddo, and then I got date night with the wife, and she actually wants to watch the football game. I'm excited.
Oh wow.
Good for you. Well, go enjoy that, man.
We
appreciate you as always. We'll probably try to pretty consistently do Thursdays if that works for you.
Thursday might consistently become my off day, so we'll get the home studio back.
Awesome. I mean,
you don't have to worry about Kevin John talking in the middle of the radio interview every single
time. That's pretty fun. That's pretty funny. Well, cool. Well, enjoy date night, man. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Chatty House. Love y'all.
Thanks, Matt.
Bye.
Yeah, and we're leaving. I don't know. Go watch football. Appreciate you guys as always. Hey, guys, today is my 5-year wedding anniversary. Hey, good for you. Happy anniversary.
Congratulations, man. Hold on, man. I got some. There you go.
My bad, Roddy. What was where can we hear the David Patrick interview? Oh, it's Locked on Kings.
Yeah. Locked
on Kings, Matt's podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. Also, speaking of podcasts, check out Corners of the Culture, latest episode of Corners of the Culture. This one has started some conversation.
Yeah, man. The people don't agree
out there in the social media world.
I feel like I make a good argument as to why I said that.
Wait till next week's episode drops. But yeah, go check that out. New episode of Corners of the Culture. We revisit the blueprint. Okay. All right, Chris. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.